Okay. Dude, I'm supposed to be live. Can you hear me? I don't even know if this thing is on. I mean, I see that it's on, but I don't know if it's connected. I tested it earlier, but I'm not hearing anything through the headphones. Can you hear me, people? What's up? I do have new equipment, which is nice if I can get it to work. Just a second. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I don't know about the headphones. I cannot hear myself. You all hear me? Someone? Anyone? So I do have new equipment until I hear from someone telling me if you can hear me or not. I do have new equipment and it's mostly been functioning well, but StreamYard sucks. And I tried another one and it didn't work very well either. I tried Riverside. So can someone tell me if you can hear me? Please, Lisa, I know you can tell me. Please, can you hear me? Oh my God, what's happening? Okay. Hey, what's up? And hi, Lisa. Yeah, so I just got out of the shower. This is going to be like a sleepover kind of thing, although I don't think I'm probably going to make it till dawn. But I think I want to have enough time to get through all the topics on the board. So I figured that's going to take several hours at least, but I'm totally casual with this. I probably will put on makeup out of insecurity. I'll do like a Bailey Sarian thing. Isn't she the true crime lady who puts on makeup while she's telling you a true crime story? But don't worry, I won't take like an hour to do it. But anyway, I did just get out of the shower and I'm probably going to turn these lights off or down in a minute too, because it feels like interrogation lighting. But what is up, everybody? So you'll let me know as we proceed if there are any audio issues or issues of any kind. But I want to get straight to the topic. So this is what I have on the docket, no pun intended, but we will be talking about some legal cases. This is what I have on the docket for tonight. So you tell me which you want to get into first. And by the way, if you're just joining, welcome. Yeah, we only have 32 people on right now, but that is because it's late. And it's because I sprung in on people. And also because my thumbnail is probably confusing. And I knew that it would be because it's generally better for views if you do one consistent theme on a thumbnail. So if I just had like Marilyn Manson on a thumbnail or Andrea Burkhart versus Nancy Grace on a thumbnail or what have you, then YouTube knows kind of more how to push it out to people. But fuck it, just, for my fans and those of you who have not seen a live stream in a while from me, I thought I'll do this. And if 20 people show up, great. We'll probably get up to, I would think, hopefully at some point in the night, a couple of hundred, but we'll see. People are just coming on. But here's what I've got for tonight. Okay. And let me also say this. I am going to, in the comments at times, be pushing my PayPal link a little more because I know people love to do super chats, but it really hit me the other day when I was looking at the fine print on YouTube, so to speak. I mean, I'd known this, but I just never paid much attention to it. But like how much money YouTube takes or Google takes out of the super chats. So, it's my fault also for not having like other things that people can donate through. And I need to rectify that. But yeah, right now it is PayPal. So I'm telling you this, I am going to make a very concerted effort tonight to regularly check my PayPal comments so that if you want to leave a super chat, you want me to address something, leave a comment in the PayPal donation. And if you want to do super chats on YouTube are great too. I'm not going to turn down money or super chats, but I'm just saying though, like it really did hit me the other day. Geez, that is a lot that Google takes out of every super chat. I just, and I know PayPal takes out a bit, but it's tiny, y'all. It's tiny amount. But anyway, that having been said, I am going to be periodically in the comments linking to my PayPal, and I don't have it in the description below, but I'll put it in the comments also after this video post. So if you're watching this, you can also donate that way. But I do appreciate it. I'll say this before I get into the topics for tonight. I have some surprise travel coming up. 3 different, can you hear that dog barking? I have the window open because it's kind of stuffy in here, and it really is so much nicer to have natural cool air than to have an air conditioner blowing on you. Here in Texas, of course, we have to have air conditioning. It's not like a luxury or whatever here, like it is in some parts of the country where it's like, oh, we don't have to have air conditioning. Like when I went to California, and my very nice friend let me stay in her place for several days. And it was a great place, but unfortunately, it didn't have air conditioning. And unfortunately, it just happened to be like the hottest week of the year in California or something. It was there was a heat wave. And so it was funny because she was apologetic, but it was fine. Like I just had a fan on me, all night and just sweat through the night every night. But anyway, it was funny, but like here in Texas, like we have to have the air conditioning. We have to have it. But on a night like tonight, I really like to open the windows and not do the air conditioning. So anyway, all that having been said, let's get to the topics. I tell you what, let's get to the topics. So tell me what you're more interested in. What the fuck is going on with Nick Rekieta and his polycule or whatever people are calling it? I have absolutely, and you all know this if you've been watching my coverage on the Rekieta stuff, I have absolutely no judgment about his romantic lifestyle. Unlike it seems like a number of people on the internet who are just, or at least a number of his haters, I should say. I don't know how many of them there are or not, but like so many people seem very incensed beyond even the question of, drugs or possible child endangerment or any of that. Just the fact that he, I guess, apparently was in or is in a threesome with his wife, Kayla, and then also April, formerly M. Holt, and now April Anderson, right? But anyway, people get so incensed. And so if you're one of those people, it's kind of hard for me to imagine having a lot of Marilyn Manson people in my audience, Marilyn Manson fans, that you would be incensed by alternative sexual lifestyles. But you never know. But those of you out there who are just incensed by Rekieta's unconventional romantic relationship, and you think it's definitely damaging his kids and stuff. I mean, I don't know. People are freaking out over that. But I will say this. I don't know if she's still in a relationship with him or she's not. I'm talking about April now, Aaron M. Holt's ex-wife and person who was also charged along with Nick and his wife with the coke possession. Oh, no, they ended up dropping those charges, though, didn't they? Or did they? I don't know the case. Honestly, I don't know the case well at all and have not been paying attention. Let me tell you what I'm fascinated with, and then you can see if you want to talk about this or we move on to something else for a bit. I'm just fascinated at the tweet storm on Twitter, on X, that's been taking place over the last few days on the part of Rekieta, and then much more so on the part of April. And I can't figure out, I have been looking at that woman's damned account for 3 days now, and I cannot figure out if it's a parody or if it's really her or if she was hacked or what is going on. It's beyond my IQ. It's very humbling because I thought that I was a high IQ individual, and I cannot figure out what the fuck is going on with April's Twitter account. But she is saying some like funny shit. I mean, like funny in the sense of kind of like, wow, it sounds kind of weird. Some weird things, and then some not so weird things, and whatever. I support people's right to expression. But then what happened was she tweeted a bunch of stuff, some of it very eyebrow raising, and some of it kind of off the wall, and some of it kind of airheady sounding or whatever. I mean, no offense, but it just some of it did kind of sound a little ditzy. And then the next day, that account was claiming that it may or may not have been hacked. Now, I don't understand may or may not. Does that mean that this person does not know if they themselves were tweeting? Like they have a mind, like a memory gap for that night, and they're just not sure if they really tweeted that stuff, or is April not sure if she really tweeted it, or does someone hack her? But then someone else was saying that the whole account is a parody. But I find that hard to believe because, first of all, it's got thousands of followers, and generally people are not, for kind of a niche topic like this Rekieta mess, you're not going to have thousands of people following a parody account. It's just not that big of a story. No offense to Nick. And so I think this is really the woman. Like Nick's been interacting with her, and even through this tweet storm the other day, he was interacting with her, various tweets. I'll say one of the things that I'll say for Nick in terms of his gutsiness and his ballsiness is, I know, no pun intended with the whole Baldo thing, but you know what I'm saying. I'll say this for Nick, like he doesn't mind getting out there and just talking to people on Twitter and like clapping back at them and sometimes saying stupid or even shocking things. So there's certainly no lack of boldness in that respect. But anyway, so that's one thing we could talk about. Also, Ethan Ralph, my one-time antagonist, and then sort of like, I guess we could say frenemy. And we did that funny video together where we laughed at Phoenix Rising, Evan Rachel Wood's anti-Marilyn Manson hit piece. And so he had never seen it before. And this is still up if you want to look on my channel, if you don't know what I'm talking about. Ethan Ralph, host of the show. Yes, I know, very controversial, et cetera, et cetera. And we did get off to a rocky start first when I jokingly accused him of being on heroin during his show. I really did not think that he was. I thought he was probably like drunk and on Xanax. And I think he ended up admitting to that. No offense. I don't want to get that shit started again, but admitted to maybe a kind of a relapse with some drinking and pills or whatever. But he interviewed Rekieta, Nick Rekieta, guy I was just talking about, who was in this mess, right, with the coke charges and getting his kids taken away for a bit, and now they're back. But anyway, Nick Rekieta, the first interview that he did was on Ethan Ralph's show. And Ethan Ralph seemed really, really out of it. And look, I'm not a judge of people getting messed up to do shows. I think like everybody who's interesting has done a lot of shows not sober, but like he was, slurring his speech, and he was like really out of it. And but it was great TV. I mean, it was great social media content. And so more power to him, and seems like he's doing great now and everything. And we've done shows together and what have you. So anyway, but I did make a joke about him perhaps being on some substances back before I even knew him or anything. Right. And it got kind of blown up into something bigger than what it was. And then, so there's kind of like a little feud going for a little while, but then it resolved. And so we had done a couple of videos together, and one of them was to watch that anti-Marilyn Manson Phoenix Rising documentary. And there were aspects of that, they're just, if you've seen it, are like really insane and funny. And so he was laughing at that. And we did this whole video where he was seeing it for the first time and laughing at it. Anyway, where am I going with all this is that Ethan Ralph has been really invested in following the Rekieta story. He even flew, as I understand it, a while back, he flew to Minnesota, where Rekieta lives, to actually go and watch a court hearing that Rekieta and his wife and his girlfriend had to go to, right? As a part of this case and this whole situation. And so Ethan Ralph went there, and he took this picture with Rekieta and the Rekietas, I guess you could say, and everything. Well, so long story short, Ethan Ralph is now being sued. No, not being sued. I'm sorry. He has had charges, like official government charges, filed against him in Minnesota for streaming. And tell me, those of you who've been following the situation, if I'm getting this right, for streaming part of a show that Aaron Imholt was doing when he was engaging in some revenge porn situation, that now he has also, we're talking about April Anderson now, April Anderson's ex-husband. He has also been arrested. And some of you know this. He was arrested for this retaliatory revenge porn thing, where he was basically sending pictures of Nick Rekieta's wife from when they had their affair, right? Because originally it was a foursome, and then it was a threesome when like Aaron left, right? Basically. And then April chose to be, it is like such a soap opera. April chose to be with the Rekietas. So then Aaron Himolt was really pissed off, and he had some pictures of Kayla Rekieta, Rekieta's wife, that he was showing other YouTube hosts. And so I don't know exactly what it was that Ethan Ralph is now in trouble for with the state for sharing. It seems like he was just like re-showing something that had already been shown, right? So anyway, y'all, we can talk about that more. What I wanted to do was I wanted to actually show you some of these tweets that April has been, or someone purporting to be April in this account has been tweeting over the last couple of days, because it's pretty funny. It's pretty bizarre. And then some of the stuff that Rekieta has been tweeting, I guess he's joking. I don't know. But some of it, it's like, I don't know. It's definitely, they're definitely not staying quiet. We'll put it that way. Definitely not staying quiet, and people are responding. So we could talk about the Rekieta thing. I wanted to talk also about this, and feud is too dramatic of a word, and I am just being dramatic and using that word, but for lack of a better term, this feud that has developed between the illustrious Nancy Grace, or as I call her, phone it in Nancy, for reasons we'll talk about in a moment, but the colorful legal commentator, Nancy Grace, She apparently has had her feathers ruffled by the fact that attorney Andrea Burkhart called her out for showing up for only a tiny portion of the Delphi Richard Allen trial that just wrapped up. By the way, he was found guilty. It's a big story today. We can talk about that in a bit. But Nancy Grace, who's extremely pro-prosecution, apparently only showed up for the prosecution's presentation. It was like half a day, if even that. I think Andrea actually said that she showed up for like 90 minutes. Didn't even stay to see any of the defense's presentation. And her coverage, it seems like Nancy Grace's coverage of this, from what I'm hearing, has been, like her coverage of a lot of cases, has been abysmal. And of course, we all remember the Duke Lacrosse case where she would shout down anyone who even questioned the official narrative on that thing. So this is what happened, basically, is that Andrea wasn't on the warpath. And by the way, those of you who don't know what I'm talking about Andrea Burkhart, a friend of mine that I've done many videos and interviews with, and she's done videos with me, particularly talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case way back when, and then also the ongoing Marilyn Manson legal proceedings and situation with these different lawsuits and with the DA dragging his feet and clearing Manson and all that, right? So Andrea, great attorney, great legal commentator. I've known her for 3 years. I think she's a great person. And so what has happened, though, is that she said something briefly in one of her multi-hour live streams about how Nancy Grace only appeared briefly at the trial, whereas Andrea Burkhart took, 5 weeks off of work to travel to the trial and to sit there day after day after day, taking notes and then doing multi-hour live streams every night, breaking down for the viewers. I'm talking about Andrea Burkhart's coverage of the Delphi situation that just wrapped. She took 5 weeks off work, traveled to this place in some Indiana, Delphi, Indiana, right? I don't know where is it in Indiana, but went to Indiana and sat there in the courtroom, not to mention, standing in line, having to get up early to secure a place and all of that hassle, but actually every day for hours and hours and hours, sitting there just taking notes so that then she could, in multi-hour streams, present what she heard, what happened in court to her viewers. Contrast that with what Nancy Grace does. And I understand Nancy Grace is a superstar and she's just basically coasting on her past success and she probably doesn't give a fuck. But she should be called up for it because her voice in the true crime community, even though a lot of people fucking hate her, her voice is a very powerful one. And she is one of those people that has over the years consistently been a recognized face, a recognized voice in our culture for these crime stories. Even if people find her annoying, she's still iconic in that sense. And so I think it's totally fine for Andrea to briefly take note of the fact that Nancy Grace, basically, when she's making these pro-prosecution pronouncements and she's attacking people who might have a different perspective, that Nancy Grace herself has really not been paying close attention. I think it's totally okay to point that out. So Andrea pointed that out. And then Nancy Grace, apparently, it seems, became hostile in some of her comments after that about YouTubers. And I'll show you, when we get into this in a moment, a little bit later, if you want to talk about it. Like I said, I'll show you a clip from this. And Nancy Grace also did some other stuff that's really, I think, unethical. And I don't know if this was her doing or if she just has a bad editor or what the deal is. But Nancy Grace published 3 different, how do I want to put this? Nancy Grace, in her videos, she attacked YouTubers for, she said, mischaracterizing the case. And she said that these YouTubers were also defaming the victims and attacking the victims' families and all of this, which absolutely Andrea was not doing in any way. You can watch her coverage to see it. But as evidence of this, Nancy Grace showed some clips from some other true crime YouTube programs, not Andrea Burkhart's. And then for seemingly no reason whatsoever, she puts Andrea Burkhart's name on it in the caption. So basically she's mislabeling, and she did this multiple times. She mislabeled videos at presenting them as the work of Andrea Burkhart when in fact they weren't. I think basically Nancy Grace got pissed at Andrea Burkhart for calling her out, and rightfully so that Andrea called her out. And she's pissed. And so that's what's kind of been seeping out in some of this behavior. But Anyway, if you want me to get into that, because what I did is not only did I find the clip of Nancy Grace attacking these YouTubers and mischaracterizing Andrea Burkhart, I also have a clip of Andrea Burkhart originally calling her out, and you'll see it was actually pretty benign especially within the larger context of what the 5-hour live stream that Andrea was doing that night. But I also have some clips of Nancy Grace and some of her, shall we say, problematic interactions in the past with some guests of hers, guests that she has shouted down, at times when she has been not only wrong, but dangerously wrong in the way that she was shaping public opinion. And the Duke Lacrosse case is an excellent example of that. So I wanted to talk about that a bit and show you a clip, a really pretty astounding clip of her getting after this Duke student for daring to voice a different perspective, right? So we could do that. That's something. I also want to talk about Joker 2 because I'm tired of the slander. I am tired, and I'm going to be stepping on some of your toes because some of you in the audience have told me that you hated Joker 2 and you thought that it was, well, I mean, some of you hated it. I've talked to a couple of people in my audience, or I've heard from a couple of people in my audience who hated it so much, they almost seem angry. Like they're angry that they were deceived into going into this movie, apparently expecting something different and getting something else. And so I know some of you really hate this movie, and I'm not saying you're wrong. But I am saying that I don't understand that perspective. I thought Joker 2 was brilliant. Now, is it fucking overpriced? Way too much money? They should not have spent that much money. Absolutely. And let me just say this. If Todd Phillips, the director, and Joaquin Phoenix, one of the main creative forces behind this, if y'all happen to be watching, which I know you're not, but if you happen to ever see this, I just want to say to you, you deserve what you have gotten because you asked for too much fucking money, $20 million a piece for this thing. And then on top of that, you made creative decisions that would make it really, really just almost unconscionably expensive. $200 million for what was basically a chamber piece. Basically a chamber piece. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Now, I did hear Quentin Tarantino say in an interview on the Bret Easton Ellis podcast, I did hear Quentin Tarantino say that he thought that it was actually brilliant that they ran up the bill on that thing so much because that was actually in a meta sense. That was actually part of the art in the sense that Todd Phillips, the director, by running up that obscene tab, by spending so much money excessively, he was basically engaging in a kind of a prank and a kind of an FU to the audience and societal expectations and big wigs at these studios, corporate executives and critics, etc., very much in Joker fashion. So I will to a degree accept that and say, okay, I see your point, Quentin Tarantino, but also come on, that movie, it costs too fucking much. Get real. It's ridiculous. Did not need to. And that is the reason why I think largely why that movie is disappointing people so much and why it is getting such a reputation as a bomb. Because if the price tab on that were like the first one cost, I believe, 60 million, 55, 60 million, which is still a lot of money, but that's a reasonable price tag, for a first-rate film with first-rate actors, et cetera, right? If this second one had cost something reasonable like that, I don't think you would be hearing near the outrage or that this film would be getting and the director would be getting lampooned and derided to the degree that they are, because the gulf between the budget and the box office and expectations and reality would not be so large. But when you run up a tab like that, expectations are so high, then people are going to really accentuate this, focus on this idea of, oh man, what a bomb, what a disappointment. They gave him $200 million and look at this piece of shit, So you did it to yourself, Todd Phillips, and you did it to yourself, Joaquin Phoenix. And whether or not we're going to take the Quentin Tarantino view that was just part of the art and good job, or my view that it was fucking stupid and you set yourself up for a bad reception, either way, I do think you did it to yourself. But you did make a brilliant film. And I do think, y'all, and this is what I can get into if this is what you want to talk about first or second or whatever. I sat there when I watched Joker 2. First of all, I went to the theater. I was going to see Joker 2. So let me back up, actually. There aren't too many things in life because I am a depressive. I talk about it a lot. I don't mean to moan about it or whatever, but it is who I am. And so, and you know what? by the way, my significant other hates it when I say stuff like that because he says that it's negatively deterministic. And he's probably right about that. But you know what? One of the things about being a depressed person is that you're also negatively deterministic. So it's like, anyways, but there aren't a lot of things in life that I really enjoy or find satisfying or that alleviate that depression or that what for me is, I think the term is anhedonia. But I do really love going to the movies and sitting there for like 2 or 3 movies in a row by myself. I love going to an empty theater or almost as empty as possible theater and seeing one movie and then seeing another and seeing another. I don't know. Something about that is still, even at this age, magical to me. So I was going to see this and Megalopolis, and there was something else. What's the horror movie with Halle Berry? I forgot the name. I thought the movie was just kind of so-so. Alexandre Aja, though, that French director, the one who did the Hills Have Eyes remake and the Piranha remake and whatever. But anyway, I can't remember the name, but it was a horror movie with Halle Berry, and it was okay. But I saw that. I saw Megalopolis, which was hugely disappointing, and I was bracing myself for it, and I knew that it probably was going to be, but it was disappointing. But whatever, Coppola, you gave it it was your swan song. You gave it your best shot. You did what you wanted to do. You raised a lot of that money yourself, so good for you. But I was going to see that, and then I was going to see Joker 2. I thought that I was going to hate Joker 2. I thought I was going to hate it. In fact, I didn't really even know why I decided to watch it, but I was like, well, I'm going to see these other 2 movies, and what's one more movie that I might be kind of interested in? And I didn't think, honestly, y'all, I didn't think that Joker 1 or the first Joker, I didn't think it was that amazing. It was a kind of an interesting ripoff of that earlier movie, Kings of Comedy? You can look it up. Isn't it Scorsese, right? It's basically a similar plot. And I thought, some of the themes were interesting. And of course, Joaquin Phoenix did a great job. But I thought, like the first Joker, it was like for me, it would be like a B+. And so this thing, I thought, well, if I didn't really love the first one, I know I'm not going to like this fucking musical because I hate musicals. Every now and then, and that's not because I think they're inferior forms of art. It's just we all have personal taste. And I'll tell you, there are several genres that I generally do not like. One of them is musicals with some exceptions. One of them is comedy with some exceptions, which that's very unfortunate because you should like things that make you want to laugh, right? But something about comedy in general, I find annoying. And so, there again, maybe something to do with my depressive. We're starting to get a good picture of why you're depressed, man. I never lose my gallows sense of humor, though. If that ever goes, then I am really in trouble. But where was I going with that? Oh, I just lost my train of thought. I lost it. Bottom line, I thought I was going to hate Joker 2. Oh, musicals. I hate musicals. I hate comedies. And what's the other genre? I hate animated films. Every now and then I can appreciate one, like the Animatrix, for instance. But generally speaking, my brain just turns off for some reason, or my spirit or whatever. If it's an animated movie, I'm just kind of like, well, it's kind of weird. But that having been said, every now and then there are musicals I like. For some reason, even though it's super cheesy, I love Moulin Rouge, Nicole Kidman, Ewan McGregor. Maybe it's because they use some modern songs. There's that great rendition of Bowie, Heroes, for example. But I love that musical. And there's some others that I like. But generally, I hate them. So I thought, oh, I'm going to hate this. I'm not really I'm not a Lady Gaga fan. I mean, some of her songs are cool or whatever, but I'm not a Lady Gaga fan. I hate musicals. I didn't really think the first Joker was that great. So I'm going to hate this. But anyway, that was my expectation. And instead, I just got completely drawn in. Again, not even intending to or wanting to, but I just got like there was that cartoon sequence, and I'm going to talk about it more if we get into this. There's that cartoon sequence at the beginning, and then after that, it's straight to Arkham prison, or is it a prison or a psychiatric institute or both or whatever, but or psychiatric prison. But as soon as it began and Joaquin Phoenix was on the screen, like I just got totally drawn in, and I was drawn in for the rest of the plot. And the musical numbers did not bother me like I thought they would. And maybe that's because they were very understated. And this is something that a number of people have complained about. They're like, the musical numbers weren't even any good most of the time. They were just kind of mumbling or sort of half-heartedly singing. And that is true. Like, with the exception of maybe one or two sequences toward the end, like most of the musical numbers, so to speak, were really just kind of like depressed looking people sort of like singing to each other in prison or whatever, right? And so maybe the fact that it was understated, I didn't see it so much as a musical sequence, more as this is just another kind of dialogue. And I was really like paying attention to how the lyrics of these songs fit in with what was going on, right? Which I think was the point. So it didn't, the musical aspects did not bother me. And I liked that they were understated. I thought that Lady Gaga was terrifying. Especially at the beginning, I thought wow, she's really playing a very unsettling character here. I thought she was really good. And I thought Phoenix was amazing in this. How weary he was, how weary. Talk about depressive in this. Very, very, see, that's the thing too. So again, we can get into this more in a bit. I think people liked the spectacle of the first film, and and even though I know the first film was dark and had a lot of depressing stuff, there was also this idea of like the Joker's, he's having a good time, and we're we're on a rampage and all of this. Like, it had a kind of at times a kind of a frenetic quality, and there was a sort of a jubilance about it, even as it was a dark film. The second one, that has all been drained completely the fuck out of it. And it's a very extremely depressive film. And so I'm sure that's another reason why people didn't like it. But I was drawn in, and I did not mind the musical numbers. I thought the acting was phenomenal. But here's what I want to get to, if y'all want to talk about this. From very early on and throughout the rest of the film, and I know this is because I had been spending so much time recently thinking about the Marilyn Manson situation, and I had gone to three of his shows, or no, 2 shows in the Lindemann. I get confused, but anyway, or no, was it 3? Anyway, yeah, 3. Anyway, I'd gone to 3 of his shows, and you can see my videos, that I did from those and all of that, and been thinking a lot about the case, even when I'm not reporting on it. Like, I've taken a kind of a hiatus from the Manson stuff for the last few weeks while I focused more on other things, and like the Menendez thing and doing interviews on other channels and stuff. But even when I'm not reporting on it, I mean, it's always sort of foundational there for me. Will always be one of the main topics of interest for as long as it continues in my life and professionally, and an underpin and a foundation for my channel, an underpinning. And so anyway, here's the point: is almost as soon as I started watching this, I thought, oh, this is Marilyn Manson's life. And as I watched it, it's just everything that was happening. It was registering for me on 2 levels. There was the level of like the narrative of the plot, which I thought was brilliant, and the sociocultural message and the artistry and all of that. But then also, I just kept sort of reframing it in reference to Marilyn Manson's life, and I saw it as really just a kind of a mirror image. Now, I'm not saying like, the Joker, killed people and stuff like that. No, obviously, I'm not talking about in a literal sense, but I'm talking about thematically and metaphorically. If you view the narrative of Joker 2 as like an amplification and a fictionalization of the realities of Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner's life narrative, I think that there are really a number of fascinating parallels. And so, and I felt that a bit too when I watched Oppenheimer. There's really 2 times when I've watched movies with that sort of reference hitting me again and again. And I also felt that to a degree with the movie Oppenheimer, and the idea of the witch hunt, and some of the characteristics, the personality characteristics of Oppenheimer that film was bringing out, that I see as being similar to Brian Warner. But just from, what we've all seen and know, right? But this movie, it really resonated with me in that way. And so I'd love to talk about that some and get into some scenes. Actually, there are some scenes that I can show from YouTube. I don't know how much I can do that before I get kicked off with due to copyright issues, because if you show too much copyrighted material, even if you're allowed to use it on a live stream, YouTube will kick you off at times. And sometimes it'll kick you off and bring you back on or whatever. But I did want to show you a few scenes, and I wanted to talk about some plot points, including some spoilers, but some plot points that I thought were really, really I thought significant in terms of what Marilyn Manson has gone through over the course of his life, or experienced over the course of his life. I should say Brian Warner too, and that's actually, you know, at the crux of the issue there, right? So anyway, that's something we can talk about. I also want to talk about the election because I've had people asking me to talk about it a bit, not in a sense of like, I don't think anyone really cares what I think politically, nor should they, but just in a sense of like, hey, this is a big deal and lots of people are talking about it. And I know that you don't particularly, that I don't particularly like to get political on my show. But like, really, what do you think? And will you talk about who you voted for, who you would have voted for if you voted, or who you hoped would win, or do you care or anything? So I'm happy to talk about that stuff. I'm not going to run from politics. I used to feel like there were certain topics that I needed to run away from because, oh, it's going to alienate parts of my audience. And I'm just tired of worrying about that stuff. And y'all, I'll tell you something else that I'm tired of censoring myself about. I have real legitimate concerns about what is going on with the Diddy situation. I saw that video of him beating his girlfriend. I think it's terrible. I think he has had significant issues with domestic violence, asshole, whatever you want. I'm in agreement with all that. But there's a whole separate thing going on where the government is coming after him primarily for racketeering, not domestic violence. They're not coming after him primarily for that, although there are a couple of accusations in the government's affidavit about violently coercing women. Of course, you have to get into what that really means. I've had a number of people tell me that it's so obvious Diddy is a horrible guy and the scum of the earth, and that he's like an Epstein figure and blah, blah, blah. And I think it's obvious that the guy has been fucked up at times and may still be fucked up. And he's done a lot of fucked up shit, and he's got issues with women, etc. But he is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. I think, I mean, that's where this is going. He's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. And it's not about the stuff that people think it's about. It's really about racketeering, about basically running his own personal prostitution service for himself. And I just don't know, like, do you agree that someone should be spending life in prison for that? And so that's one issue that I have. I also don't agree that when someone has not been found guilty, as he has not, that they should be kept in the kind of inhumane conditions that he's being kept in. You know, people are talking about the Delphi situation and Richard Allen, and I don't know much about any of that, but I understand that one of the main complaints that Andrea Burkhart and others have is that the state, when Richard Allen was arrested, he was kept in solitary confinement for months and months and months and basically lost his mind. And then after losing his mind, then made a confession that his wife, that nobody believed. And so the idea being that there's something wrong with the government being able to hold someone who hasn't even been found guilty in inhumane conditions. And so I don't know how familiar you all are with the conditions at the Brooklyn Detention Center, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, that P. Diddy, Sean Combs is being held at. But there have been other people that I've reported on in the past and other cases that I've looked at where they've also, where the perpetrators or alleged perpetrators in that were also held in the same place. And like the conditions are just, you know, it's like basically like you're living alongside rats and you've got plastic melted into your food so it's inedible, and you're freezing or you're burning up because the heating and cooling systems don't work. And Diddy can't even like read a magazine or read a book or watch anything, or like he can't even have a pencil and paper last I read. Like he literally like can't do anything but just sit there in a cell, and he's in like, isn't he in like 23-hour like solitary confinement? So I'm just saying, look, it could be in a karmic sense. It very well could be that Diddy has done so much bad shit in his life that this is some kind of just karma, that God is basically giving a kind of a vengeance or a retribution for things that Diddy has done in the past, perhaps. But it could also be a case where you have profound government overreach, and I think that people need to take a better look at our justice system, particularly in these racketeering RICO cases, where basically the government swoops in and freezes really any recourse that you have to defend yourself because of the particulars of the racketeering and RICO charges and the way that they really hamstring someone in defending themselves. And that's a whole other story, but it's very complicated and problematic in my perspective. And then someone can be held in these conditions before they're even found guilty of something. And so I have a problem with it, whoever it is. It's not like it's about Diddy. It's just Diddy is someone that we're all talking about because he happens to be a famous person who has fallen in a very like Greek tragedy type way, and certainly a certain amount of it entirely his own doing. But I do think that it exposes a lot of like, what the fuck aspects of the justice system. And again, the primary things that the justice system and the government in this case seem interested in, basically the fact that he was running a prostitution racket, and also there's a lot of drugs going on. But there's, you read that government report laying out their claims against Diddy, and there's a whole lot of fully consensual activity that seems to be included there. And that term coercion, it seems like there are a number of people who were hired as sex escorts, sex workers, and that willingly participated in this, and now in hindsight are claiming that there was an emotional or financial coercion. Well, of course there's financial coercion. If someone is paying you to have sex with them, or they're paying you to have sex with someone else in front of them, then what else would they use to get you to do it? Sweet language? Yeah, honey, I'll give you $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. I'm going to watch you have sex with this guy. Yes, that's the nature of the transaction. It's financial. So again, I think there's a slippery slope here. And so that's something that I think that I've been inclined to not say anything about, because Diddy is so, Sean Combs is so, and perhaps entirely rightly so, hated by people, and he's seen as being like a devil. But I have to say, I feel like the media narrative has gotten really crazy on this. People just assume that Justin Bieber was raped by this guy. I mean, what? I mean, no evidence whatsoever. They point to, one kind of cheeky, sort of uncomfortable interview, on MTV or whatever. Like, no one's comfortable in these interviews. These celebrities, why? It's no big mystery. But people see some little exchange, and then and they think, oh, Justin Bieber was raped by Diddy. And now you have all these people also crawling out of the woodwork, all of these people suing Diddy for sometimes $200 million. There was one guy that apparently never even met him that sued him for $200 million. Just people crawling out of the woodwork. So I think that there is a tremendous challenge as we look at the Sean Combs Diddy situation. If anyone wants to, I think that there is a tremendous challenge in front of us separating the wheat from the chaff, as they say in the Bible, in terms of, yes, there are clearly some things like him beating the shit out of women that are despicable and that he should serve time for. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't serve time either. Let's let the punishment fit the crime. And so perhaps he should be serving years in prison. But I don't like some of the precedents that the government has been setting lately with these RICO laws, and the way that these laws that were once intended to apply to the mafia only, to truly organized crime, have now been expanded to now apply to NXIVM cult leaders for consensual activity there. Sean Combs for perhaps largely consensual activity, still trying to figure that out. And there's so much BS. So I don't know. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But I am strongly considering, and I'm going to be saving up money for it, strongly considering going to New York in May and doing what Andrea did here with the Delphi case. And I'm not drawing any equivalency or anything like that, but going to the Diddy trial and Sean Combs trial and sitting there every day and hearing for myself, okay, what is the case against this man? Tell me all these bad things that the government said that he did. And I'll be happy to report that. And again, the only video that I've ever done on Diddy, I talked about how it seemed like to me the lawsuit against him was probably legitimate and that we would find out in the future. And of course, we ended up finding out that it was legitimate. Cassie's lawsuit was legitimate. And so it may be, as this process unfolds, that we find out that he is every bit the despicable, evil, demonic human being that he is being made out to be in the press, and that he has done terrible, despicable things. But when I read that government report, it seemed like there was a lot of squishiness in it and a lot of consensual activity. And it's not so much perhaps about Diddy. Maybe none of us really care or give a shit about him. There are plenty of other people, believe me, for me to be worrying about in this world, their fates, than Sean Combs. But as people have pointed out with the Richard Allen Delphi situation, if you can't defend due process in cases of people that you don't like, then you can't defend it. You can't protect people that you do like, because there's a precedent here. And so maybe it's Sean Combs or it's Richard Allen if it turns out he is a bad guy. Maybe it's these two. And so we say, oh, we don't care about government overreach or prosecutorial overreach or the media getting out of hand and falsifying parts of this narrative and making up shit. Well, we may not care about it for those people, but what happens when it happens to someone that you do care about? And we've already seen that in certain cases, haven't we? So we can talk about that stuff more. What else? What else? Is that everything? Oh, and then we'll probably save the Menendez parents' seance. We will save that maybe for the end. And those of you wondering, what on earth is she talking about? And here, I'm going to say this, and then we're going to take just a little break, little bathroom break or whatever. And then you can decide what you want to talk about. But I tell you, y'all, this YouTube thing, and I'm not complaining. It's not like woe is me, because it's a choice. It's always a choice. And there's nothing that the audience hates more than when YouTubers complain about their YouTubing. Because I get it. I get it. The attitude's like, motherfucker, you didn't have to do this. No one's making you do this. A lot of us would like to be in a position where we could just sit around and pontificate and people would throw a little money at us or a little attention at us. Shut the fuck up about your issues, your angst being a YouTuber. Oh, it's so hard. You don't know. You don't know the difficulties I've had. You don't know. But I will say this. Though. It is hard over the ups and downs of your YouTube career, if you call it that. I've been doing this almost 4 years now, coming up to 4 years. It is hard to deal with the ups and the downs and to manage your expectations and to also tell yourself during the rough spots to hang in there. So like Depp versus Heard, that was obviously a high point, right? I wish it could always be like that, always be like that. Because my videos were getting hundreds of thousands of views, even had one that got 1 million views. Still love that video, by the way, that interview with Paula. If you haven't seen it, check it out. You probably all have. But that short interview with Marilyn Manson's assistant, Paula, who was at that Thanksgiving dinner with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. But anyway, things going so well. I went from 15,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube during the course of that trial to basically where I am now. And seriously, that's what's happened for me and a number of people is we got a whole bunch of followers or subscribers, but then a lot of that went away, right? Most of it went away after that trial. And so I tell people sometimes my follower subscriber count, unfortunately, is rather inflated, because probably it would be more accurate to say it's closer to 30,000. Anyways, but whatever, I'll take the fake Depp versus Heard inflated numbers. That's fine. But anyway, my point is, though, there are ups and downs. And so it's really like when you go through dry periods, or you go through periods like I'm in right now, where the Marilyn Manson thing that I've been working on as almost the sole project or a huge project of my channel, that now it's not stopping by any means, but it's tapering. The Me Too angle is tapering to an extent, right? And good for him that it is, because he's moving on, and hopefully things are gonna, we still got several lawsuits here, but the DA really needs to clear him, but hopefully things are drawing to a nice conclusion. But the Depp versus Heard thing is long ago. The Manson thing is tapering down to a large extent. And so I do think, what should I be doing with this channel? What direction do I want to go in? I'm going to keep covering the Manson stuff, like I said, but what do I do? And so the Menendez thing, it has not gotten very many views on my YouTube. And I knew that would happen because my YouTube algorithm, it is so primed for and biased toward Depp versus Heard and Marilyn Manson stuff. And that's just because that's how I got my audience. And so that's what the algorithm knows. But when I put other stuff out there, other topics, it's really difficult for those to get traction. But I'm like, views aren't everything. And I'm getting to go around and do some interviews. I did that Meghan McCain interview. Shane Cashman had me on to his wonderful show. And hopefully I've got a couple of other things I think you'll see in the near future. You'll see some traveling, some other things in the pipeline to talk about Menendez and also to talk a bit still about the Manson stuff. But I've been doing the Menendez thing. So here's my point, though, about morale and the ups and downs, is that it has been a bit dejecting or deflating to see that my Menendez stuff has not done very well view-wise. And I knew it wasn't going to be huge and it wasn't going to be as good as the Manson views or the Depp versus Heard views, but like it's been disappointing. And so here's what I'm getting at, though. I happened to be on YouTube the other night and I was searching for Menendez videos because I was preparing for an interview. And also I've been trying to put together, it should be ready tomorrow. I've been trying to put together a mega thread on why the Menendez brothers should be released because people love threads on Twitter X. They love them so much. Like I did that Marilyn Manson innocence thread, a couple of months ago. And it's just a thread of reasons why Marilyn Manson is innocent. And it did better than almost anything that I've put out so far or recently on my Twitter, right? And so I thought, well, I'll do Menendez. But anyway, so I'm on YouTube and I'm doing more research and whatever. And I come across a channel. Oh my God. And the channel is called Channeling Eric, or maybe it's Channeling Eric Menendez. But anyway, something channeling and Menendez in the title. And I see that the videos are getting like 40, 50, 60,000 views, 100,000 views for Menendez content. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm going to look at this. Like, what's their secret here? Because I'm trying to do Menendez content and I'm barely hitting 1,000. I think the last one that I did with Shane Cashman, actually, it did do a little better. And so I look at their videos and y'all, this is what it is. It is, and I watched one of them because I was like trying to like get my head around what was going on here and why tens of thousands of people might be watching this. It is literally this kind of boring looking woman, no offense to her, but it's this boring looking woman with bad lighting and whatever. Not that I'm queen of lighting, but I mean, we're just talking like really, really amateur, like almost no setup. And she's just looking at a computer. And I don't even know why she was looking at a computer. I don't know if she was channeling these dead people through the computer or she's just kind of looking at the computer. I don't know what was going on. I didn't watch long enough to get a sense of really the methodology there. But she was pretending, I assume it was pretending, she was pretending to channel the spirits of Jose and Kitty Menendez, the dead parents of the Menendez brothers, the ones that got shot, right? She was pretending, I suppose, to channel the dead spirits of these people so that she could ask them questions that the audience had about why Jose and Kitty conducted themselves as they did in their lives. And this is getting tens of thousands of views. And so it would be like somebody in the audience would be like, ask Kitty Menendez, why didn't she leave Jose? And then the host be like, looking at her computer and again, I don't even know why she was looking at the computer, if they were channeling through the computer or what, but she's looking at the computer and she's like, Kitty said that she wanted to at times, but that there was too much at stake. And everybody's just like responding as if it's true. They're like, oh, that's too bad. Or, oh, I can't believe she said that or whatever. And I'm just like, have people lost their minds? Oh my God, these people, do they really think that this woman is channeling these dead Menendez parents? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Okay, by the way, thank you, Vanessa. Here's my PayPal donate button. And I'm about to take a little break, and so I'll be checking my comments here. But if you're coming here late, or if you're not late, but if you're coming here now, I do encourage people, if they can, to donate or tip and to do their super chat, so to speak, with my PayPal, just because it takes so much less of your donation than YouTube. And you can write a note there and I will read it, but you don't have to. Super chat's appreciated as well. But I don't know, y'all. Like, I understand that there's no accounting for taste, and I understand that people, can watch stuff on the internet just for like the spectacle of it, or like it's stupid and funny or whatever. But like the idea that this channel where this boring woman is claiming to channel the Menendez parents, and tens of thousands of people are hanging on her every word. And this thing is getting way more views than my stuff. I'm just like, that is one of those moments that is demoralizing, where you're just like, oh man. So, as a joke, and merely as a joke, I am going to do my own Menendez parents seance, because I figure, hey, if they will talk to this boring chick over here with the bad lighting, then, maybe they'll be interested in talking to Colonel Kurtz. So like Jose and Kitty, if you're out there, I have 89,000 subscribers. They will hang on your every word. I just went on Meghan McCain's program. So please visit us in a little while and explain to us what the fuck was going on with your abusive, horrible parenting. Okay. Do you think I've conjured them? Do you think that worked? Oh, man. All right. So I think that was it. So y'all be thinking, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take, so we're an hour into things, and because I am doing a longer live stream tonight, I am going to be taking breaks. Okay. So I know people don't like it, but they got to deal with it. And what I'm going to do, instead of just giving you the blank screen, I'm going to show you, some of my other work, some of my other videos or whatever. And so you can have something to look at or chat about. But while I'm gone, be thinking, what do you want to talk about first? You want to talk about Rekieta and the April tweets and all that stuff? Do you want to talk about Marilyn Manson and Joker, and how Joker 2 is really about Marilyn Manson? Do you want to talk about the Andrea Burkhart, Nancy Grace feud? And I can show clips from that. Or do you want to talk about, what was the last thing I just said? Oh, we're going to save the seance, the Menendez seance, for the end. So it won't be that. But anyway, I think that's, the election. Or do you want to talk about the election? All right. So think about it. And I'll be back in 10 minutes and we'll talk. And I'll show you some clips from things. All right. That their parents, they claim that they really felt.
I'm excited to have our guest today. She's a great friend, and we're going to talk about the Menendez case. Let's bring on the great Colonel Kurtz. There's all this new talk about the Menendez case. I guess we start at the beginning. If you could walk us through like who they were and what went down.
Yeah, so I love the way you were talking about the perception of this case and these guys in the 90s, because I was really interested in the 90s in this case.
Mm.
Even as a precocious child, I was really into news and true crime. You can probably relate to some of this.
Yep.
And I remember, like you, that it was widely assumed in the media, certainly late night television, really among almost everyone, that these were a couple of spoiled, bratty rich kids who had been given everything in life, and they had repaid their parents for that generosity and love by blowing them to smithereens.
Right. Right.
And so what happened was, when the trial began and their attorneys helped them to bring out this sexual abuse defense, it was not taken seriously. It was widely seen as a legal concoction to try to get them off the hook. And so when that first trial ended in a hung jury, and it was discovered, it came out that the jury hung because of all the women on the jury. In fact, there was a gender split. The men thought the abuse defense was ridiculous, and the women felt really bad and empathetic for these guys.
Right.
So there was a hung jury, the men basically one way, the women the other. And the jury was widely lampooned at the time and derided for being so stupid as to believe this half baked sexual abuse story.
Wow.
And so then what happened was there was a second trial, and the second trial was presided over by the same judge, which I'm not an expert on the justice system, but doesn't that seem crazy to you?
Yeah. Totally crazy.
And so what happened was the judge, he had been also so lampooned and derided in the popular culture and the media for letting the first trial turn into a freak show, a circus, that he decided he was going to just basically not allow the sexual abuse defense or narrative more or less into the second trial.
Wow.
And so what happened is basically the jurors were put in a position where they couldn't go the manslaughter route. And so they had to basically find these guys guilty of murder, capital murder, and they almost got the death penalty, just narrowly escaped that.
Wow.
So the story went away for a long time. And I didn't give it any thought. I assumed that they got what they deserved. But then I'd say about in 2017 or 2018, I happened to catch a documentary, an A&E documentary titled Eric Menendez Tells All. And it was a multi-part documentary and interview, not only with Eric Menendez, the younger Menendez brother, but also people who had known and worked with Jose Menendez, their father, and even relatives, even the sister of Kitty Menendez, his wife, one of the victims. And I was shocked to find out that there was actually a great deal of evidence, testimony, and really strong indications that in fact these guys had been terribly abused by their father, and also to a degree by their mother, who I think had borderline personality disorder and herself was full of terrors, frankly. And so, and you know, I guess that in the first go around in the 90s, because I was a kid, I didn't really understand the gravity of the sexual abuse being described in the first trial. And so this time in 2017, when I saw this documentary, it really brought it home for me, because I thought to myself, my God, this is the worst kind of abuse. You know, we're not even talking in this about allegations of inappropriate touching, which that's not good either, right? That's a molestation and assault. We're talking about the repeated sodomy of children and torture, and really just unbelievable sustained torture in that house.
It was, I mean, the story is crazy, and we can get into the details just so people, like, it's worth knowing just how evil this father was according to the kids. But
where was the mother?
Let me say one more thing,
Oh,
Shane,
yeah, go
just
for it.
because we're going to get into these stories about the dad and the family, and I want people to understand we're not just going by what these two guys have claimed, because as you know, I have a YouTube channel where I devote a significant amount of time to debunking false Me Too claims, or what I believe are false Me Too claims. And so I cover the Johnny Depp case, cover Marilyn Manson, other things. And so I am not one to believe all accusers.
Right.
But it is astounding the number of people that have come out and said that Jose Menendez was possibly the worst human being they'd ever met in their life. In fact, in this documentary that I was telling you about, this A&E documentary, they interview some of his coworkers. They interview members of his own family, and they all say that he was a horrific, sadistic, terrifying human being. And in fact, the prosecution in these trials could not. They tried to find a witness to counteract the Menendez brothers' defense, and they tried to find a character witness for Jose Menendez, and they could not find one person to testify in favor of his character. Not one.
Wow.
So, and also there's other corroborating evidence besides testimony. There is a letter that has come to light that was written by Eric Menendez 6 months before the murders. It has been verified. The DA, the LADA accepts it. Everybody pretty much accepts it at face value. And he's talking about how the abuse has started again. He says, he even gets into, he says, I can't bear to see my dad's fat body. He's so gross and overweight. And he's talking about the abuse and how he doesn't know what to do, and his father's crazy and he's terrified. So I want people to understand that there is corroborating evidence. And there's also a former member of the boy band Menudo, Roy Rossello, who has come out and has said that when Jose Menendez was managing his band for RCA, because he was the president of RCA Records at that time, and Menudo was one of his main projects, that he was drugged and raped by Jose Menendez, and that he was in terrible pain, physical pain, for weeks after. So just to go from there, I want people to understand these are very credible allegations.
Yeah. And I think there was also photos, right, of the kids that the father took, like naked photos. Yeah, it was horrible stuff. And all this stuff I knew nothing about. You only hear about the murder, and it was a ghastly murder. but you don't know anything leading up to it. The thing that I also found fascinating is that I knew nothing about the Menendez father being a celebrity of sorts. I didn't know these people had any power, putting that in quotes for people just listening, like they were in the Hollywood world. I didn't know this was even in Beverly Hills. And when it happened, I was pretty young, but like you would have thought at least you would have an inkling to be like, these were, the elite class to some degree. I mean, like you said, he was with the Menudo, and it wasn't even until I heard that he had a connection to the Menudo band. I'm like, when I first heard it, I'm like, how does this father have any connection to the music world? And then I looked at him like, oh my goodness, he was up in the upper echelon of this world at all.
I will say this also about Jose Menendez. So he apparently was a man of incredible drive and determination, and extremely successful in business. He had once been the president of Hertz. In fact, he hired O.J. Simpson to do those famous Hertz commercials. And when the Menendez brothers were being held in the LA County jail awaiting their trial, they actually spoke with and hung out with O.J. Simpson a bit, and helped to convince him to drop Robert Shapiro as his attorney, by the way, because they had Robert Shapiro as their attorney and they'd not had a good experience. But anyway, I digress.
That's crazy.
But the point is, Jose Menendez, he had achieved a great deal. And yes, he was very entrenched in the entertainment industry. And so when he was killed, and he and Kitty, his wife, were killed, there were a lot of people who just did not believe that someone could be that successful and be a child rapist.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is where we see the positive aspect of Me Too, or the positive aspect of a different awareness of sexual abuse and victimization that we have now as a culture, in that people now understand that yes, you can be the president of RCA, and you can be hanging out with celebrities, and you can be extremely successful and live in Beverly Hills, and you can also be sodomizing your children.
Right. It's like,
actually. So yeah, there's always been this dark, seamy side to the entertainment industry. And so I think that really in the early 90s, I think people were not prepared to take the abuse of males seriously, sexual abuse. And also, these were strong, healthy looking men when they were arrested. When they killed their parents, they were technically legally grown. All right, I'm back. Give me 1 second here. Putting on something a little warmer. So I don't know. Now that I look at it, or now that I was listening to that, I was like, well, I don't know if they wanted to hear that kind of intense interview late night here. So apologies there. I didn't really realize, but that is a reminder, for people who don't know, and I'm not going to get into it, like I said, but that is a reminder to you of the gravity of the allegations against the Menendez parents, and what it is alleged, and not just by the brothers, but by others, what it is alleged they went through. And so does that justify blowing your parents to smithereens in some kind of ethical, moral equation? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. And no, I'm not convinced that that the Menendez brothers were literally in fear for their lives when they did what they did, right? I think there were a mix of motives, some nicer than others, shall we say. But I do ultimately feel like whatever punishment they deserve to serve, if there was any, and maybe there wasn't, but if there was, 35 years, man, that's a long time for something that you did as a result of your parents being extremely abusive. Like, I don't think that can be denied. I understand the perspective that, look, they were not in fear for their lives at that point. These were two grown men who could have just left, run away. I get that perspective, although I don't think that that's the complete perspective by any means. And there's a whole other component that's leaving out, but I get that perspective. But don't tell me that it wasn't the parents' fault that the kids turned out to be messed up like that, or to do a messed up thing like that. Don't tell me that when we know, or we've come as close as we can to knowing what a monster Jose Menendez was and what was going on in that house. So anyway, that's my opinion on it, and you can check out my content if you like. So okay, let me see, y'all. I totally forgot to put on makeup, and now it's almost like, well, what's the point now? I'm going to put on makeup to go to sleep. Is that like a whole other level of vanity there, to put on, knowing that I'm going to, say in 2 or 3 or however many hours when we decide to end this, but knowing I'm going to go to sleep soon, to put on makeup for a few hours. I don't know. So let me look at your comments. I don't think I missed any super chats, but I know I got a PayPal notification, so I am going to check that. But let me see what you wanted to talk about primarily. Oh, thank you. Welcome. That's the proper answer. Welcome to the apocalypse. You look great without it. Interesting though, I want to say something in a second, so we won't let me forget, because that actually makes me think of a little debate that I got into with another YouTuber who I really like. We don't, all the disclaimers about don't always agree on everything and all that bullshit stuff, and that we really shouldn't even have to say, right? But I laugh at his stuff on Twitter frequently throughout the day, Royce Lopez. And actually, I'll say this too about Royce Lopez. He and his show that he does with that Mersh guy, they were really the only ones calling BS on the Chris Hardwick Me Too hoax. And I know it's a whole other tangent. I don't want to get into it. I want to get into what we were going to talk about, and I want to see what you want to talk about here. But I've said before that Chris Hardwick's Me Too cancellation, that was a canary in the coal mine for what was to come, and completely, as it turns out, unjustified. And it was obvious even at the time that it was unjustified, that whole situation. And that woman, Chloe Dykstra, however you say her name, she's despicable. But anyway, really nobody was reporting on this. People were not at all skeptical. This might even have been pre-Me Too. But people were not at all skeptical of these types of claims then, and it was considered in bad taste to do it, even on the right. And so I remember learning about the allegations and reading this woman's, the accuser's Medium article, because she posted her allegations in this long, drawn out, ridiculous Medium article that refutes itself. I mean, that's all you have to do is just read that article and you're like, oh, okay, this person is crazy, and lying and both, and self-deceptive and all that. But anyway, I read that and I was like, this is crazy. And I was looking for corroborating voices. Like, is anybody going to talk about the fact that this man has lost his, Chris Hardwick has lost his entire professional life and has been canceled and is being put in the same category with like Harvey Weinstein, people like that. And it's complete BS. It's a malicious Amber Heard hadn't even done her shit yet, but it was a malicious Amber Heard style attack against that man. And so I was looking online and there was like nobody talking about it except these, I guess, right wing. I don't even know if they would claim that label per se, but seemingly right wing YouTube host, Royce Lopez and Mersh. Gosh, what's his name? Sorry. But anyway, and they had this show. I think it was called Nightwave Radio, or that's the show they still have. But anyway, and they did this hour-long episode laughing at basically reading this woman, Chloe Dykstra, reading her Medium article and laughing at it and tearing it to shreds in a very offensive at times and irreverent way. I'll tell you, if you want to find this, you probably can still find it. If you look up Royce Lopez Nightwave Radio and type in Chris Hardwick, something like that, you'll probably get it. And there's stuff that they say that some of you will listen to it and you'll be like, that's so offensive or whatever. But they're dead on in a lot of what they were saying about that woman and about what she was expressing in that letter. And they were basically the only people in the entire social media world, speaking out against this. So, anyway, I always respect that. But where I was going with that long story is that I did have a little argument on one of Royce Lopez's threads today or yesterday on Twitter, where he was talking something about women deluding themselves with the idea that makeup and hairstyling and cosmetic interventions would have any positive effect on men. That basically the idea is that we women are just doing this for ourselves. And I've heard this before. I've heard people say this. And I think to an extent that has truth in the sense that I don't think that it's not like men are getting really into women's fashion or that they're scrutinizing our makeup techniques in general. I mean, some might be, but they're scrutinizing our makeup techniques or anything like that. But I do think that there's this interesting tendency among a number of men to delude themselves into thinking that makeup and hair and various cosmetic interventions, if done well, actually they delude themselves into thinking that that doesn't have a profound effect on their reactions to women. And so what I was saying is that it's in this thread is that it's interesting how many guys I've heard express over the years that they don't like makeup or they don't like when women fuss with their hair. But then if you look at who's turning heads, if I were to go and like sit, in the old days, sit in a mall. But if I were to go and sit like in a shopping area, whatever, people walking around, it's very predictable that women dressed in a flashier way. I don't mean slutty necessarily, but in a flashier way with hair blown out and whatever, and a nice full palette of makeup, not something overdone, not something crazy, but a nice, decent palette of makeup, that they're just going to turn far more heads. And I don't begrudge men that, because they turn my head too, right? If I see like one woman who's looking very made up and put together, and then, with interesting hair or what have you, and then another one is not, like your eye's drawn to something. Now, does that mean that you can take like an ugly person and you can, sorry, I'm making the shake. Still getting used to this. Does that mean that you can take an ugly person and you can fool a guy into thinking that she's a beauty? No, I'm not saying that. And it's not about men being stupid. I'm just saying that these things, when done well, makeup, hair, and when they're done well, and perhaps in a way that's too understated for you to really fully register, they can have a profound impact. And I'll tell you this, I'm a waitress, a server. It's my day job, so to speak. And every time I go into work, when I have a lot of makeup on, now, again, not crazy amounts, right? But like a decent palette of makeup on my face. If I do, I have people frequently through the night, guys mostly, but sometimes girls in a nice like way, right? Like complimenting, say, you look nice today. You look so nice today. Now, when I don't wear makeup, when I go with a completely bare face, I get asked if I'm sick. Are you feeling bad today? So, and so here's the thing. Oh, and here's the other thing, guys. I've had this conversation occasionally with guy friends, and I'll say to them, okay, you say you want a natural woman, natural meaning, not wearing makeup, not doing much with the hair, what have you. You say you want a natural woman. Give me an example of someone like an actress or someone that we know who you would say is natural. And invariably they would say things like Jennifer Aniston. Now, of course, now Jennifer Aniston, people make fun of her for the fillers and all that. That's not quite settling in the face and whatever. I think she looks great, whatever. But I'm talking about Jennifer Aniston from, say, like 20 years ago. Those would be the type of women that in a conversation like this, a guy would say, oh, that's natural. And in reality, he's talking about someone who has an incredible amount of makeup on at all times and has gone to tremendous lengths to have a really perfect mane of hair and hairstyling, right? And so again, it's not about like making guys feel bad, but I just think that it's that women sometimes do, if we want to talk a little bit about the pressures that women face versus men, and they're different, that women do feel sometimes boxed in by, on the one hand, the male expectation that they be natural and you don't need to wear makeup and you don't need to worry about your hair or this or that. And at the same time, this sort of double consciousness where actually it is making a difference. And that doesn't mean too that like that the excessive stuff looks good. So someone was arguing with me on this thread, a guy, which is fine. Again, didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but he was arguing with me on this thread and he was saying, no, men do not like big fake boobs and they don't like those big filler lips and this and that. And I said, well, I didn't know we were talking about something that extreme. I'm just saying that in the day to day, a certain degree of cosmetic intervention, it does have a profound effect. And I just don't see like why we have to deny that. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions. My significant other, I used to truly not believe him when he would say that he preferred me without makeup. Like truly would just not like you're lying to me, but just like, I was thinking like, he's just totally has a double consciousness on this. Right. But finally it sunk in, like he really does just prefer me that way. So I don't deny that there are a number of you guys, tastes are very varied and all of that. Right. I don't deny that the number of you guys who do prefer the truly natural look. And I also don't deny that like after you get to know somebody, you don't necessarily want to see them in makeup all the time anyway, right? I totally get those things. But I do think that there's a very obvious level too, in which women do gauge their behavior in a healthy way based on sexual interaction, between the sexes, right? And that men they underestimate the degree to which they do give off signs that the cosmetic stuff has an effect. So I'll just say that. That's all I'm going to say, because I see a super chat here. What's up, Andrew? One of my longtime biggest fans. Hi, Kurtz. Hope you're doing okay. Great job on IWL. Yeah, so that was Shane Cashman's show, Inverted World Live. I love that conversation. I really like talking to that guy, and his co-host was lovely too. And of course, she was nice to talk to, interesting to talk to as well. But I really love talking to that guy, and we got into some different things and a spiritual conversation at the end. And when I say spiritual, I mean like in the sense of something it's very not. I don't think like what you'd find with a Russell Brand conversation right now, although maybe so. I probably give Russell too hard of a time these days, but with Shane, we were talking about synchronicity, and had I ever experienced anything in my life where I felt like it was too meaningful to be a coincidence, that in fact it was a way of the universe in some way telling me something. And so, and I feel like I believe that I have, and again, it's a belief, but I talked about that. We had a good show, but we also talk about Son of Sam Berkowitz, and the Sons of Sam theory on that Netflix documentary. If you like true crime and you haven't seen the Netflix true crime documentary, Sons of Sam, it does explore a controversial notion that there was a larger conspiracy with the Sons of Sam murders actually spanning the country, in fact. And I know to some it sounds like a conspiracy theory or satanic panic or whatever, but I think it has a credibility to it. And I think it's interesting nonetheless. But we talked about that. And then we talked, of course, about Menendez stuff. But anyway, okay. Cut to the chase. Let's see what y'all want to talk about. Is it going to be mostly Manson? I lost the plot now because I'm like so far down into Vanessa. You've been paying attention, and hello to my mods, Vanessa. I think I saw AJ earlier too. My mods, by the way, great. They don't have to be here. I do these things last minute, and I don't tell them because I don't want them to feel like they need to. So they're here just because they enjoy it or want to help or have some awful sense of obligation. I don't know. But thank you to Vanessa. Thank you to Laura B and to AJ and to Rebel Bird, and I don't know if all of them are here tonight. But Vanessa, what were people voting on? What do people want to talk about first? You can let me know. Also, somebody sent me a PayPal. Let me do that. I'm not going to say your name unless you want me to, because most people don't want their name said. But let me see the message. But thank you for that. We'll say BB. Thank you for that. You're doing great. Oh, thank you. So again, the mods will be sending around at times the PayPal link. If you want to leave a tip or donation and you want to include a question or comment, I will read it. If you want me to say your name, I will. But my policy is not to say names. Okay. Rekieta? Was it Rekieta? Was that it, or is that your vote? Oh man. I'm just looking to see what you voted for. I saw some people voting up there, and so I don't want to discount your vote, but now I'm having to go through this thing. Well, I tell you what we can do. I tell you what. Instead of wasting time with me going through this, we will. I tell you what we'll do. We'll start with Rekieta. We'll do Rekieta, and then we'll do Nancy Grace and Andrea, because the Rekieta thing will be pretty short. It's basically going to be me reading these tweets to y'all and us going, "What the fuck?" Are you explaining them to me or whatever, which would be really helpful because I need insight to what the fuck is going on with April's account. But we'll do that. And we'll look at some of Rekieta's tweets, and we could talk a bit about what's going on with Ethan Ralph, but I don't even understand it. I don't understand how he's getting sued, but we can look at some of his tweets, or not sued, how he's getting charged. But we can look at some of his tweets and see what's going on there. And then we'll get into the, I think, pretty hilarious Nancy Grace, Andrea feud, talk a bit about that, the Delphi thing, and then Marilyn Manson. Okay. And then like the election last before the seance, the seance at the end. Okay. So let me find these tweets and then I will just share with you. I'm just going to share my page. Let's see. Hopefully there's nothing like embarrassing or horrible that you'll see pop up on my page. That's always it's always a concern, right? Or maybe it should be. If you'll see some of the stuff that Rekieta and some of these people have been sharing that they supposedly got off of Aaron Imholtz. I don't understand how they have Aaron Imholtz browser history, but anyway, okay. So, hold on a second. So just to do a little review, 30 seconds, okay, y'all, before we get into this, let me just say this, okay? We're talking about Rekieta the lawyer. He and his wife, Kayla, got into a foursome with this guy named Aaron. Hold on. This microphone is totally in my way. I'm going to show you the people involved in this. Okay. Poor guy, or not. This is mugshot. So this is Aaron Imholt. So this guy and his wife, they were both YouTube and radio hosts in Minnesota, and they became friends with Rekieta, big YouTube lawyer, and his wife, and eventually that friendship turned into a foursome, which again, I have no judgment about. And so then what happened, though, is the foursome, depending on whose perspective you believe, but seemingly to some degree, the foursome got pretty enthusiastic about cocaine. And well, not the foursome, I should say maybe the threesome, because Aaron, the guy you're looking at right here, he wasn't enthusiastic about the cocaine. He claims his wife was. His wife did get arrested. His wife is April. She did get arrested with the Rekietas. And there was a, hold on a second, there was a pretty large amount of coke that was found at Rekieta's. And what was it like? Was an ounce, right? Yeah. So an ounce of coke was found at Rekieta's. And so he and his wife and April, this is April, Aaron Imholtz's wife, were arrested. And again, I think that the charges against April were dropped, right? But y'all, I do not in any way claim to know what's going on with the legal situation. I really don't. And you can look at my other videos that I've done on this topic to see kind of where I am at in general. I don't really know what to think. And there are claims on different sides. I do know that Rekieta has gotten his children back, and it seemed like he got them back. So his children were also taken by the state, and it seems like he got them back very fast, although I know there are also people saying that that was just because his parents agreed to live with them and kind of sponsor them. Again, I don't know if that's the case. So long story short, let's go to April's Twitter, and you can tell me what you think is going on here. Oh, where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I can hear a train in the background. Oh, I see a super chat. Just a second. I don't want to miss that. If you hear a train in the background, it's because there is, in fact, a train in the background, but it will pass. Oh, it's from Vanessa. I forgot to ask if you saw that movie from 1999 or 2000, Summer of Sam. It was on the Son of Sam murders. They cast a good lookalike of Berkowitz. They did. I really like that movie. That so that is a Spike Lee joint, as they put it, a Spike Lee film. And I have very, very mixed views on Spike Lee because I think some of his movies were amazing. Spike Lee, by the way, he's the guy who did Malcolm X. And I love that movie. That is one of my favorite movies of all time, that film. And that might surprise some of you, knowing what you do about my politics, or I guess thinking that you know what you do about my politics. But I think that Malcolm X, he is one of my heroes. And he's one of my heroes because he, throughout his life, he kept changing, he kept evolving, and not in a negative way, but in a positive way. And toward the end of his life, he did become a lot more open toward whites and a lot less separatist, and I guess you could say in some ways like maybe militant. And I think that like he was very, very close to having a kind of a breakthrough. But his biography is fascinating. When you look at where Malcolm X started in life and where he came from, and then how he changed, it's really interesting. And of course, he was betrayed by people around him and by the Nation of Islam and his mentor. So anyway, long story short, though, I love this movie, and I do love some Spike Lee movies, but Summer of Sam was one that got mixed reviews, but I really liked John Leguizamo in it, and I thought that, and I really liked Adrian Brody. This character, if you've seen this movie, this character of his is really interesting. So anyway, long story short, answer your question. I liked the movie. I know a lot of people didn't, but I did like it. Okay, so back to April's Twitter. So here's the deal, y'all. I still don't even know if this is a parody or not. And can one of you who follow, if one of you follows the Rekieta situation, I guess Vanessa, you kind of do, don't you? I think that it's a legit account because she has so many followers, and it's also been here for a while, but she has so many followers here, and she has Rekieta himself is frequently interacting with her, and so is that Dick Masterson guy, interacting with her in like a serious way, not I don't think a parodic way. And so anyway, so I think that this is her account, and I think that that is the consensus among other people that I've looked at. And so if somebody else like comes out and says, no, it's not, that's not true, or that's not her account, but I think it is. So it's just that some of the stuff that she has been tweeting, and of course, she's understandably very angry at Aaron for he's been. I mean, I absolutely have no love for Aaron Imholt, to put it mildly, because he has been day after day after day for like months now, trying to embarrass his ex-wife because he's angry that she left him. So that was the other part of the story that I didn't get into, was that this basically became a threesome. Instead of a foursome, it was a threesome, and Aaron was basically shut out and April left him. And she claims that there was domestic violence. And isn't there some kind of court documentation too? Or at least was there an arrest, or was there a TRO? Again, y'all, I don't want to claim knowledge about things that I don't know. But she apparently had a very tumultuous relationship with Aaron, even prior to the Rekieta situation. And so she hasn't said much of anything, but oh yeah, see, here's one where Rekieta's interacting with her. So anyway, I just want to go back to, I guess it was the 9th, and read some of these, or no, it started the 8th. It's been going on for a while. Where are we? And I guess, like so of course now she claims that she may or may not have been hacked, which again, I don't really know. Oh man. All right, let's get to the beginning of this. Okay, so some of this is just kind of doling out her life philosophy too. So she writes here, if you're only saying okay or all right around a woman for 3 days, you'd better be having a lot of sex, and I mean a lot of sex. I know I could live with that. If you're saying only those things and not having sex, I'll assume you're miserable and you should change. And then she's referencing a quote from Rekieta, who also has been tweeting a lot the last few days. I challenge any man around a woman to only say okay or all right to her for 3 days. See if you live through the fucking morning. I don't really know what that is in, what that's in connection to. But I'm looking for where they talk about Aaron, because there's a part where it kind of got weird, is where she, and not that she doesn't have a right to, but where she just kind of like went off a bit. Also, she and Rekieta are accusing Aaron of jerking off to them. And I know this is also, I don't really understand that they claim, okay, here it is. So, or did they take it down? So Rekieta and some others claim that somehow they had access to Aaron Imholt's browsing history on his computer. And so there's this post. I mean, y'all, again, this is why I'm just like, what the fuck? There is this post that's been going around that like Rekieta and others have been promoting. I'm trying to find it. It is a screenshot purportedly of Aaron Imholt's browsing history. And they were trying to make a point that apparently right after he watched, I wonder if they took it down, right after he watched a video with his ex-wife and Rekieta, talking or something. I don't know. And then he would go then to a cuckolding site, a porn cuck site, and they said was then jerking off. But I mean, I don't understand how they got, like, did she screenshot her ex-husband's browsing history? I don't know how they got the browsing history. Anyway, I know this is probably making you dizzy. I was trying to find I was trying to find this one here. Hey, hold on one second. I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to find it. Come back. I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. No, I'm sorry. I should have had this this prepped, but I don't know where the list went. I think I kind of blocked it out of my mind. But it was like, yeah, it was purportedly it was his browsing history, Aaron Imholt's browsing history. And so they were like, so then you had Nick Rekieta and April. Here, let me bring my face back. Sorry. So you had Nick Rekieta and April openly sharing purportedly her ex's browsing history and trying to basically accuse him of masturbating in a cuckolded fashion after watching videos of them. I think that was the allegation. I don't know. It's just funny. I guess what's funny to me is, or what's kind of like, what the fuck, is the fact that like they're going through very serious court proceedings. Like Rekieta in particular, I know he just got his kids back. But he's got like, seriously, like, as he said before, he's got the grip of the state around his neck, and you know, the heel, or the heel of the boot, right, is on him, is pinning him down. And yet in a lot of ways he behaves as if it's really just a bizarre circus or bizarre sideshow. And I'm not judging as to whether or not that's the correct approach or not. And if Rekieta is, as he says, innocent of the worst things that have been alleged about him and of child neglect and some other stuff, then I think such a perspective really makes sense. But again, I haven't been following things, and I haven't claimed to following things closely enough for the legal process to know what's going on or what's been proved or what hasn't been. And so but the spectacle of it and just kind of how this is unfolding, I think is interesting. But anyway, so April, the point is, okay, here, we'll look at a few more of hers. So of her tweets. And then you can tell me, like, if you think this is legit. So she writes, so this is Aaron, a picture of him. She writes, "I forgive this man, even if some things he does are really shitty." Oh, let me make it bigger. "Some things he does are really shitty. I still understand the good parts of him and hate the others. He's a human being, and I forgive him. Aaron Imholt, I forgive you, but that doesn't mean I won't have fun at your expense." So she starts talking about him really even back in like late October. She writes, "Coup over is a fucking gay word someone came up with that I had to go along with for a foursome that Aaron asked me to be a part of with him, which I agreed to because I loved him and I loved them. Oh, now it's over. It didn't have to be." So okay, here we found some of the tweets. I was like, and again, like, I'm not saying she's not allowed to express herself this way or whatever. Like, maybe this is entirely like healthy, but it's just it was just surprising to me, especially since we haven't really heard from her, and to now see her like out, like really starting in late October and then over the past week or so, like really out in full force, providing a lot of commentary. But again, on their relationship and on what happened. But again, you know, Erin has been out there, her ex, who's despicable, has been out there maligning her and blabbing about stuff. And so I don't know. Someone asked, forgive me for being a little slow as I'm just a vegetable. So is this April or Nick? And then she answers, it literally says April. I've always been April. And they have these, gets in these conversations about polycules. Polycule failed and you should never do meth. Love is always worth a try. Meth is not. Like, I guess this is where I was confused too, is like a number of the tweets sound almost a little, no offense to her, but like almost a little kind of like light in the brain or whatever. Like it's like, it does almost sound like a parody, but then this is an account that she's apparently had for a while. And I don't know. I don't know who she is. Is anybody like how she really expresses herself? Has anybody watched her YouTube show or the show when she used to do it with Aaron? Or has anybody followed her account and like if this sounds like her or not? Because it just sounds a little odd. But then I don't know. So she continues though, like for a week, tweeting about things. Looks like some of the original posts were removed. I think in this one, someone had attacked her and said, or someone had accused her of perhaps damaging the Rekieta children by exposing them to an unconventional sexual lifestyle because she was living with them, right? I don't know if she still is. Again, I'm not exactly following it, but I think they're still together, right? And so she writes, I also don't believe anything adult or sex related should be in front of kids ever. And I've never done such things. Stop being a miserable piece of shit and stop involving kids in adult topics. Thanks. So, and really clapping back there at the idea that, so I don't know. I guess I'm just, I was just surprised that she had started posting, but then at some point, and I'm trying to remember, it was like a couple of days ago, at some point then she claims that her account may or may not have been hacked. And so people were saying that perhaps she had received some legal advice that she needed to shut the fuck up, or perhaps there were things that she had claimed on this account, in her Twitter account, that could get her into some kind of legal trouble because she's involved. Aren't she and her husband involved in litigation, like against each other? Or is that not so? Or is it just maybe just the divorce proceedings? I don't really understand. Or with her case, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, so I'm trying to find where the post was. And then she retweets, she'll like retweet Rekieta. So, they interact, talking about his stand-up act here, but I'm trying to find where she disavowed a couple of days ago. She basically just disavowed what she had been typing for the last day and saying that she may or may not have been hacked. Let me see. Here it is. Okay. So she writes, I very superficially, wait, what? Oh, no, that's not it. Sorry. What is this? I like being slapped too, but only when I deserve it. What? So this makes me think, is this like a parody? She writes in response to something someone else had written, I like being slapped too, but only when I deserve it. That's how I was raised. My parents did a good job. Or was that a joke? Maybe it was just a joke. I love them more than anything in the world, and I hope someone shows them because God gave me someone pretty to love, and they should show my family soon that they know. I'm not okay right now. It doesn't matter. God has his eye on me. Ha ha. I hope Aaron makes $1 million. I also would like, this is her ex, I also would like to thank him for everything he did for me back then and all of the lessons he still teaches me because I still need to be taught a lesson. Please forgive me for my mistakes, Aaron. I need to go check my lottery ticket. I mean, definitely a lot of sarcasm here. Here, quote me, I very much acknowledge here and now that Aaron never took my voice away. I loved him and existed with him, trying to raise a family and grow a show. If I perceived his actions toward me as him taking my voice, that was my fault. I didn't use it hard enough. And then someone asks, oh, okay, here it is. Oh, shit, did I lose it?
Okay, here it is. Here it is. She writes, someone has brought to my attention that my account may or may not have been hacked. I have no idea. People have been speaking for me for years without my consent, so I'm tightening ranks. What does that mean? And I'll be the only one telling my story to those who appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, y'all. So look, I am embarrassed to admit this. Hold on, I need to make this a little bit bigger because I'm going to ask you to reread it seriously. I am embarrassed to admit this as someone who does have advanced degrees in literature. I should be able to interpret English language writing. Not too good in other languages. But English language, writing, communication, I should be able to interpret it. And I don't understand what's being expressed here. And I'm not even joking to you. It makes me feel stupid. It really does. But I don't exactly know what's being expressed. She writes, someone has brought to my attention. First of all, that's okay. That's kind of circuitous way of like, but whatever. Someone has brought to my attention that my account may or may not have been hacked. I have no idea. So is she saying though that like she definitely hasn't been typing what someone has been typing the last few days or weeks or whatever? Is that what she's saying? Because otherwise I don't understand. Like I'm really confused. Is she saying that she does not know if she has been tweeting the last few days or weeks? I have no idea. People have been speaking for me for years without my consent. So I'm tightening ranks and I'll be the only one telling my story to those who appreciate it. Thanks. I'm tightening ranks. Is she saying that like someone snuck into her house and tweeted for her, or that she'd given her account? Like was she saying Rekieta was tweeting for? Like, I don't understand. So you'll need to solve it for me. Tell me what is going on here. But in the meantime, thank you for the super sticker, JJ. I appreciate you. And what is that? Oh, then Rekieta, sorry. Vanessa says, I forgot to ask. Oh, no, we talked about that. Sorry, my bad, Vanessa. Okay. Vanessa says, Colonel, there's Nick's mod in here in chat. He confirmed it's her. Oh, hi, Nick's mod. I didn't mean to be rude here and not acknowledge you. So he confirmed it's her. If you scroll under Keed Ahmed comment. Oh, I didn't realize that was Nick's mod. Okay, cool. So it is her? Okay. Well, she's got a cheeky sense of humor. I'll say this. She's got a cheeky sense of humor. And I admire her ballsiness in just putting out there what she thinks. And certainly I totally understand. Like I said, I totally understand after listening to that weasel, being subjected to that weasel, Aaron M. Holt's interpretation of things, his relentless pontificating. And I'm sure there were things that he said that were not true too, and that you do not agree with, April and Nick. I'm sure after all of that, like you feel like it's long overdue to get your perspective out there. But anyway, so that's good. So we cleared it up that at least is your account. It's not a parody. So maybe, maybe she can clear up what exactly she means with this. I think someone asked her, so who has been making these posts? And she says, some other fucked up version of me. There won't be posts like that again. Even if the stories are true, I can deliver them with much higher class. Oh, and this isn't the place for it. Now, that's kind of interesting because this almost sounds like she's saying that she just wants to up her game in terms of her writing craftsmanship or whatever, which I can totally get behind that, because I myself am also trying to up my game with my expression of my thoughts and views and experiences. So I would agree that just like April, I can deliver my ideas with much higher class as well. So that's definitely something to strive for there. Well, I'll give you this, April. Whatever's going on with your account here, it has been and was very entertaining and enlightening. And then that having been said, Rekieta's Twitter has been a bit active as of late too, and he's got some head scratchers on there as well. Although, like I said, I don't know like his whole history with everybody, and so I'm sure there are times perhaps when he's being like rude or seemingly rude or sarcastic with people, that in fact, he's just, maybe he's just like playing with them and they know it. I don't know. But is this it? Is this it? Okay, this is it, y'all. And hopefully I will not be charged by the state for sharing whatever this is, right? Because I'm just sharing, it's just Nick Rekieta's page. I have no idea what's going on here. But this purports to be Nick has been claiming, Nick and others have been claiming that this is the browsing history for Aaron M. Holtz. And he asked, why is it always me followed by, sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. Why is it always me followed by cuck porn? Why? That is a question that we all ponder. Absolutely. That is like a question for the ages there. Why is it always me followed by cuck porn? I don't know that this is real or not, y'all. Like, how would they have gotten this? But I figure someone's got to be in trouble, right, for this? I don't know, but whatever. And so then we've got actually Aaron and Rekieta interacting with each other. So Steel Toe Morning. Okay, so y'all, Steel Toe Morning Show. That is Aaron M. Holt. That is the husband of April, the guy who was in this foursome that then became a threesome. And he writes, this was not the first time she came home at 11:30. He's talking about April. This was not the first time she came home at 11:30, not seeing the kids and not tucking them in. Instead was out doing coke while I took care of them. When I confronted her on her drug use and asked her to stop, she packed her shit and started screaming at me. She did this a lot. Oh, okay. So this was in response then to April's claims that she has made of some kind of domestic violence or of really heated, problematic, scary arguments. April had written, the second to last time I tried to get out of my house during a horrifying argument in the middle of the night, one of the many times I was on my knees begging my ex to love me and accept the love that I wanted to give him, I realized I had to get out. His first frantic sentence, and then apparently she said his next sentence was, we need to call Nick, I believe. So April's trying to make the point that like even Aaron like actually respected Nick and understood that like, you know, Nick was a voice of reason or something, I guess. And so on top of that, then in response to that, that's when Aaron's saying, oh, well, you know, she was out doing coke when she should have been home with her children. Like, if you haven't been paying attention to this, this is unfortunately the level at which the discourse of this is playing out. And I mean, and I'm here talking about it, laughing at it. So I'm not criticizing anyone for it. This is the nature of the beast. But to me, what's interesting about the Rekieta situation, and I'm about to move on from this and get to the Andrea Burkhart, Nancy Grace thing, because I think it's pretty hilarious. But let me just say that my interest in the Rekieta situation has been because this really, for me as a fellow YouTuber, not that I'm anywhere near his level in terms of like the following and the subscribers and the success that he had, but it's been interesting to see someone going through, and I'm not saying it's justified or unjustified or whatever, I don't know, but someone going through what he's been going through and doing it in a way that has been very determinedly public, in that he has not stepped away from his show, and he's not he's out there not only tweeting but like antagonizing and joking around and so forth. And you have April to, you know, also clapping back, and you have the other guy, Aaron, you know, getting into the mix, and then he ends up getting arrested himself because he was sharing some naked photos or whatever, videos, I don't know, whatever they should have been sharing, and that's technically now revenge porn, right? So this thing just gets, it is such a, in so many ways, this is such a modern social media story. And that's why I find it so interesting. No offense to Rekieta or anyone else involved, but it's not the personalities involved. And I didn't watch his show hardly ever before this, but, and he was delightful to guest when he came on my show, not saying he wasn't, but I just don't watch YouTube very much and other people's YouTube. But the way that this is unfolded on social media and the public eye, and the fact that the people in this who are social media figures have not walked away from it, but in fact have talked about it, I guess, as much as their lawyers will allow them to, really. I'm sure the lawyers are not loving this. And I know Rekieta said that people have advised against talking about this stuff, right? But the fact that this is all playing out, that the players in this drama, in this very sort of at times ridiculous, very soap opera-ish, you know, Maury Povich, you're not the father type of situation almost, right? the way that it's been unfolding, and they've been so public about it, and they've been even incorporating it into their social media, or at least addressing this stuff through their own social media and videos. I just think it's interesting. And then you have the fans and the haters piling in. And so you've got all these people now, not just me, but all these people who are taking, making cuts of Rekieta's, after hours, hot tub program and things like that, right? Like when he's, filming in his hot tub at the end of the night or whatever, and people cutting that, or people cutting me or other people, clips of us talking about him, getting shit stirred up or whatever. Like, I think it's just a very interesting phenomenon. But I know at the heart of it, there's a family that has been through trauma, and whatever the truth of the situation is, it's been a very rough time. And so, of course, I don't minimize that in any way. I don't understand. Maybe to the Rekieta mod scheme, maybe you can explain, was this a joke or what's going on here? Because this was the one tweet that I think made me and a bunch of people who don't know what's going on react kind of like in sort of surprise, like in pearl clutching or whatever. I get it. He doesn't really want this person to die or whatever. It wasn't like that, but like, just like, what the hell's going on here? So this Warski person, I don't know who that is, writes, I just hit my 1 year of sobriety today. It's wild that last year I put down the bottle and got my life together. It has been insane to see the changes in my life since I made that decision. I'm the happiest I've ever been. Here is to another year. And then Rekieta, and seemingly like that doesn't seem to me like a snarky post, or it doesn't seem like there's any like hidden connotation or anything like that. Like, it's basically like, I'm sober and that great. And then Rekieta says, I hope you die. Rekieta retweets it with the comment, I hope you die from it. And then what's interesting too, y'all, about Rekieta, I think, is he will get into pretty extended call and response dynamics with some of his followers and viewers. And I think that's interesting. So like, if you scroll down his page, you'll say that he actually does get into the weeds with these people and like clapping back at him and stuff. And again, I'm not saying that, it's a great thing or whatever, but it's an interesting social media phenomenon. So if someone says, for instance, someone writes, not a good look. Rekieta says, I'm not worried about a look. I'm worried about honesty. Someone writes, your children will read all 7,000 plus pages of your Kiwi Farms thread. Rekieta writes, good, they'll know their father, dummy. And there's always people commenting, on his sobriety, or they assume lack thereof. This guy says, you look really old and ugly. Rekieta says, you look like a nerd. Lady Droid says, go put your dick in that walking yeast infection of a mistress and shut the fuck up, idiot. To which Rekieta replies, knit a good way to shut up, TBH. I mean, if that doesn't say it, I don't know what else does. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at with the Rekieta situation. What was that? Knit to be honest, shut the fuck up. Oh man. Vanessa says, Colonel, please read all the Art the Clown comments in here. He's explaining everything to you in 6 comments. Okay, I'm going to read the Art the Clown comments. By the way, someone needs to explain to me the appeal of those Terrifier. You don't have to do it, Art the Clown, but someone has to explain to me sometime the appeal of those Terrifier movies. I'm not going to say they're terrible movies, but I just don't get it. Like, to me, it's like, okay, the shtick wears off after like 5 minutes, and it's like, okay, like, yeah, I get it. It's like creepy clown doing like some like funny shit, killing people in bad ways or what. I don't know. I don't get it, Art the Clown. But let's see what you got to say about the Rekieta situation. But hello, Sakib. Hey, listen, I would love to sometime to if you wanted to do a video, I'd put it up on my channel or whatever. I mean, I know you have your own channel, right? But I always love your stuff on Twitter, and I'm happy if you ever want to have a little more of a voice. Not that I have such a big reach either, but if you ever want to do a video or put it up on my channel, I'd love to do that. Anyways, people, check out his stuff. Check out his Twitter. I really feel like you fight the good fight for the moderate position too. You and I don't have, sorry for this detour here, but you and I do not have the same views, but I think that we are similar in the fact that we have we have some eclectic views from different sides. And also we are more to the middle than a lot of people we know. Right. And so that puts us in a position where we get criticized from the right and the left, or feel like we don't really fit in. And it's not a matter of being moderate. Like, being moderate is better than having more quote unquote extreme positions. Sometimes the extreme position might be the right position. But I do think that there are some of us who feel like we don't fit, not to speak for you, but there are some of us who feel like we don't fit neatly into one camp or another, or one tribe or another, or we do have serious issues with maybe even the candidate we voted for, if we voted, right? But anyway. Okay, so let's see Art the Clown. What Art the Clown says, that's not what she's saying. She is saying that she is getting rid of people in her life that she views as toxic. Okay. Yeah. So when she said that, so when April was saying that she's making changes, and I don't remember the term she used, trimming the fat or tightening something or whatever, right? She's getting into toxic people. Okay, cool. I gotcha. Art says, I don't care about being acknowledged. LOL. I just have communication with Nick and I know what he tells me. He says that April is miles away from him and she does her own tweets. Oh, okay. So they're not together, or they're not like living together. See, I don't know. Like, I don't claim any knowledge, and I'm glad you're clearing some of this up for us, because all I knew was that he had gotten his, and I was happy for him that he had gotten his kids back, and he'd gotten them back seemingly very quickly. And one thing that I've said, I'm just scrolling through the rest of the comments, see the ones that I missed from you, Art. But one thing that I was always worried about or wondered about for Rekieta is the fact that he was in such a small town environment and hanging out with and was going to church and was still really immersed in that environment that might tend to be more judgmental or busybody or paternalistic. And there's always the potential there for some people to get, just because someone parties some or has a different lifestyle that they don't approve of, or sexual lifestyle, or what, a mistress, whatever term you want to use, that people then get into their head that it's a bad environment, that kids need to be saved from it. Now, I understand that there are also serious claims and things that have been alleged in the government documents. But again, I think that it's a case that I don't know nearly enough about. And so I wouldn't want to speak on it. Okay, I think I got your... Oh, here we go. Art the Clown says, I'm Nick's mod, and I will say this. Nick swears April is tweeting on her own, not even near him by miles. There's zero proof those tweets are not actually April. Yeah, so I think that they are, and I guess we don't know positively for sure, but I think that they are April's. So whatever. You heard it from her own Twitter, from her own X account, and I guess the words speak for themselves. But anyway, good to talk to everybody about it. So I want to get into the Andrea Burkhart. Nancy Grace feud, as it were, because I actually want to clip some parts of this next section and make a little video out of them and put it up, because it seems like people are really fired up about Nancy Grace. There's actually a lot of pent up anger at Nancy Grace on the part of the true crime community, for not just for this Delphi situation, or the way that she might be mischaracterizing some of those with differing perspective from hers, but just the way that she has handled cases throughout the years. If you look up her Wikipedia and you look at the controversies that she's been involved in, then there are a number of situations in which she seems to have acted in a really, really problematic, improper fashion. And it wasn't hard to pull up quotes of her berating people for simply bringing up a legitimate different perspective. So anyway, I think this thing that she's gotten into with Andrea, though, I don't want to blow it up into something huge that it's not or whatever, but I think that it is interesting or amusing. And then up against the backdrop of what's happened now in Indiana with that verdict that came in today, just a few hours ago, that guy, he's been declared found guilty. I know that is something that a lot of people disagree with. And what I would like to do is just go show you or read a couple of tweets from people who do have that skeptical perspective that Andrea has about the state's case and about supposed misconduct by the state and the judge and so forth. And things, apparently there were many things that were left out of the trial that the jury did not get to hear because they were excluded by a judge that Andrea and others think was extremely unfair and injudicious in her rulings. So I don't have time to get into that whole thing, but I do think that there's an interesting whole other perspective there. I wasn't even aware of these murders up until a few days ago. I had heard Delphi murders before, but I thought it was with Delphi. I thought it was like some sorority killing or something. Like I had no idea. It's just not one of those true crime stories that I have been interested in. And so I'll tell you the first indication that I had. How are we doing on time? Okay, I'm going to tell you this little story about Andrea, and then we're going to do a short break, and I'll be back and I'll show you the Nancy Grace and Andrea videos because I actually have them queued up for this. And I think that they're funny. We'll have some reactions. We can do some reactions to them. But anyway, let me tell you this thing about Andrea, though. I did not know anything about this Delphi situation beyond just that some women had been killed, and I thought it was something to do with the sorority because of the Delphi name. I didn't know anything about it until several weeks ago. I texted Andrea to ask her if she would be interested. I think I texted her to ask if she would be interested in covering the Sean Combs P. Diddy case from whatever perspective, hardcore, prosecutorial, or whatever, right? But or covering it or just helping to explain to me things that I have questions about. And then I was wanting to get more into this and figure out what was going on here and, just how bad, what Diddy did was, or if it was provable or what, right? And her response to me, Andrea's, was that, of course, she would like to help me with advice or whatever, but that she was just about to leave for a major trip to go cover the Richard Allen trial. And she said she was going to be gone for weeks and was going to be there every day, taking notes and reporting on it every single day. And I said, who's Richard Allen? Like I had no idea, right? And so that was the last, and I heard from her, talked to her, and then I saw several days ago people online kind of fuming about the fact that they felt Andrea had been shown a lack of respect by certain pro-prosecution proponents and Nancy Grace. And apparently Nancy Grace had misrepresented Andrea in several respects and had attacked pro-defense, quote unquote, YouTubers like Andrea and said some really negative things. And so, of course, me, I get interested in controversy. And so I'm like, my head perks up like, well, Andrea's feuding with Nancy Grace. See, that's the way that I think, right? And so I looked into it more, and then I also looked at the Reddit boards for this case, and there are a lot of people who really love and respect Andrea for the work that she's done on this and for standing up for her position. But there are also a number of people, predictably, who really loathe her and attribute to her the worst motives imaginable because they so believe that Richard Allen did murder those two girls. And of course, if you 100% believe that, then you're going to resent anyone who is challenging that narrative, even though we should all believe in the presumption of innocence, and we should all believe in proper protocols for the prosecution and for judges and for the justice system. So I read all of these comments on Reddit, all these negative comments. There are lots of positives, but these people, this section of people who are pro-prosecution, saying all of these things about Andrea that I knew not to be the truth, and it bugged me. And so I wrote a tweet about it, and I talk about it in a little while with you. But I looked into this Nancy Grace thing more and really reminded myself why I find Nancy Grace so fucking annoying. So we've been sitting here for an hour since the last break. So I'm going to take another break. I'll try to keep it under 10 minutes, but about 10 minutes, I'll put something else on. And when I come back, we'll jump into the clips. So I'll show you where Andrea called out Nancy Grace, then where Nancy Grace attacked YouTubers like Andrea and then misrepresented Andrea in a video. And then we're going to go back and we're going to look at some choice moments from Nancy Grace's career that I think make her seem very unhinged. And then we're going to look at some of Andrea's work on this case as well, because I think it's really, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I just want you to get a sense of the kind of work Andrea's been doing. I think it's really interesting turn that her career with this has taken. So I'm going to put something on. I will be back. We'll talk about that. And then after we talk about that stuff, I will talk about why Joker 2 is actually about Marilyn Manson. All right. Even apart from killing someone in cold blood, he's also
Hi, I don't talk. I don't talk much, but I just wanted to tell you thank you for everything.
What are we dealing with?
You're dealing with a devious, diabolical mind.
If you want to put the blame, go after Miles Phillip, because he's the one that is responsible for everything. Because without him, this would have been a magical thing.
At what point then did you learn that he had killed someone or had been at least arrested for and accused of killing someone?
But when we started questioning all this stuff after the concert, like we were all Googling it, and I saw the mugshot and I sent that to Mandy.
He said one of his last wishes, like he said, my parents said I should do a bucket list of things I want to do before I die. And he's like, the number one thing, I want to meet Marilyn Manson. And then he's like, what if we take a big poster and say, like, I have terminal cancer.
You feel that? Oh, you know me, you mung it down with the sickness. You know me, you mung it down with the sickness. You know me, you mung it down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let everyone make. You know me, you mung it down with the sickness. You mung it down with the sickness. You mung it down with the sickness. And this is the gift that has been given to me.
The bucket list is to meet Marilyn Manson in person. And I said, okay.
Make sure we understand. You got to a place sort of near Manson's meet and greet, but it was going to be an effort to get to him. So he comes out to see you.
He actually came down the stairs and he held Matthew up. I mean, the way he connected with me, he's a great guy. So
He picked Matthew up out of the wheelchair.
Well, he was holding him out of the wheelchair like that, holding him up for the pictures.
But Manson picked him up out of his chair and held him.
Yeah. When I was getting him up, he helped get him up. I mean, he's a great guy. Like, he showed Matthew just this love. Let me
ask you now also, Matthew at this point, Matthew Miles was pretending to be mute.
Right.
How did he communicate with Manson?
He used a tablet that a lady online ended up sending him.
So some kind lady donated this this tablet, this communication tablet. And so describe it for me. He would write something and then it would speak.
Yeah.
What did they say to each other?
I know that Matthew told him that he loved him in the thing, and he goes, "I love you too."
He said that? Manson said that? He's got a big heart. That's what people who don't know him don't know.
I mean, you can feel his heart when you're around him. It's not something fake. So we got him dead center, and we were holding up the sign, and the funeral portrait, dear God, loved them to death. Just such amazing people.
Alex from Slaughter to Prevail, and he came out on the stage like while they were performing. And
yes, during his performance, he read the sign, and he did a whole tribute to him. Yeah.
He took like a break and came into the audience where we were, and I recorded the whole thing. I'm bawling.
Oh my God, yes!
I love you. Stay. There's so much got you eyes. I can tell. You're great. You're great.
Where's your mama? Where's your mama? Because my English is so broken, I have to make me a scene Marilyn Manson completes my public worst cancer sucks. Hey, understand? First of all, much more for you. I really tried to keep my consciousness clean, keep my heart clean, because you never fucking know when you go there. I know. I can see that in your eyes. Your eyes are so pure. Really, thank you. It's true. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
That his mother sent me a text message or a message on Messenger from his account, and she said, "I just want to let you know that he had passed," and she sent me a screenshot, and I said, "Well, if he died, who are you? Why are you on his page?" She said, and it just said mother, and I said, "Oh, so you're the mom." And the dialogue was the same as how Matthew would talk to me, and I was like, and then in the end, he had said.
Up, I'm back. I don't understand. I'm glad, Vanessa, that you didn't delete Cassandra's comment, because I really don't. I don't mind negative comments unless they just get repetitive. I think that's the only thing that bothers me and bothers other people, is if it's obviously, God, I hear that train again. If it's obviously, this, by the way, is the best milk. If it's don't tell me there's anything wrong with filtered milk, because then my bubble will burst, because I love it so much. So I'm sure there's something negative and horrible about filtered milk. My God. Do you ever find trains kind of rude? Like if you're stuck behind one for sometimes you can be stuck behind them for 20 minutes. We have trains that come through here a lot. And most of the time it's just for 5 minutes at most. But it's not even stopping. It's just constant blaring on the horn. And it can go, but anyway, I've gotten stuck behind them for 20 minutes at a time. And finally it gets to a point where you're just like, this is just really inconsiderate to everybody else except the people who are running this train, or the people who own the merchandise on this train. Anyway. But I don't understand your complaint, Cassandra. Do you think that I need to get better at editing, or you just don't want me to include edited videos in a live stream? So first, if you would narrow down the nature of your complaint, you just don't think that you should have to be exposed to editing that's subpar after midnight? Is that your rule? But I guess that's what's one question. Or you think I should just hang it up and just not make any documentary style films again? But see, what if I enjoy it? What if I actually like making that film? Even as cringe as you think it was. I'm sure it's not on any level with your achievements in life. I'm sure they're substantial. But enjoy that bath. I do appreciate your input there. Don't like the edited videos. Okay, so continuing though, but yes, I appreciate you as well, Vanessa, there dealing with things. Okay, so y'all, let's talk about Andrea though and Nancy Grace. Give me 1 second to get this queued here. I'm gonna stop the cam for 1 second. Find this. So I made this video or put it together kind of quickly. Hopefully it's going to let me show it. So 1 second here, video file. Aha. I think it's going to work. I'm always shocked when things actually work okay for a change. Let's see if this works.
Well, I think I speak for...
Okay. So, hopefully you can hear me. So here's the setup on this. Let me know, by the way, if you all cannot. Oh, by the way, Jenny, Miss Jenny, won't say your full name unless you want me to, but I did see that PayPal donation. Thank you so much. You don't need to be sending me money. You've got stuff in your life that you need to spend money on. But anyway, I appreciate you as always for that and much more. Okay, so let's go to... I think the best place to start would be where Andrea called out Nancy Grace. So there's a lot of let's see. That's fine. By the way, isn't Andrea a really attractive lady? I just have to say that. Okay. Let's see.
Day 15 in state.
So we're going to watch just a touch of this, and then it might be a minute or two. I don't know exactly where it is, but here we go.
Versus Richard Allen. The state rested their case today. And I got to tell you, I do not think they ended on the strong point that they were hoping for. We're going to break it all down. It was a very interesting day. It was a very interesting day. A lot of things happened.
By the way, this drives apparently this. Let me get myself back on screen here. Is there a way I can do that? Get out of exit solo layer. There we go. By the way, y'all. Oh, show my face. By the way, this apparently drives Andrea's haters. I know this because I read the Reddit board where they were bitching about everything they could think of under the sun about Andrea. Apparently, this is one of the things that drives her haters nuts. Is they say she rolls her eyes too much and shrugs her shoulders too much, and she has too snarky of an attitude. And maybe one reason why this burns me up reading this stuff, even though I know it is just trolling. And by the way, Cassandra, I'm moving on from that topic, but I do see what you have written, and I do appreciate what you have to say there. So, and thank you for saying you like the philosophy videos. Okay. But Andrea here, I think this bothers me because also these critiques, because I get these critiques a lot. And what people don't understand, or they're just not thinking about, is that you have to have a certain amount of showmanship and personality to have anyone watch you on YouTube, period. And all of those flourishes of personality, those shrugs, or I didn't even see a shrug there, but the eye roll or whatever they want to call it, like these are things that actually most of Andrea's audience, they love because they like it when she shows some flavor, so to speak, right? That's what people want. And so there's a certain naivete and childishness on the part of some of these critics who, I don't know what they think we're running here. We're running some kind of a church service or something, or it's something that needs to be like super like stoic and proper. This is entertainment, people. And it also at its best should be entertainment mixed with being informative. And in Andrea's case, I think being not only an informative, but an important voice for the perspective of for a particular perspective that is skeptical of the prosecution and of the judge, which is totally legit, particularly in our country where, yes, the presumption of innocence should be the foundational first position that we all start at. And some people don't get that either. But to do well on YouTube, you have to get a following on YouTube,
get people to give a fuck about whatever it is you have to say or whatever you're fighting for or whatever perspective you're trying to get out there. You have to have some personality. So anyway, this is something that her haters just love to bitch about is, oh, she rolled her eyes.
A lot of some kind of odd stuff, some observations I made. Things were a little different around the courtroom today. So I'm going to tell you all about it. But the bottom line, guys, those confessions on the phone, oof, those did not land. Those did not land. And the state just really didn't do itself any favors with how they represented those phone calls. The things that they said were going to be on them. Because then the jury gets to hear it with their own ears and they realize the state is lying to us. Once you lose your trust with the jury, boy, that's an awful hard thing to get back. So I'm going to be interested to see what kind of impression that makes in the long run. We also got the first two defense witnesses today. First little efforts at chipping away at the state's theory, planting the little seeds that they're going to hope to grow into a case for reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. So let's get into it.
Sorry. The way that they talk about her on some of these Reddit boards, they act like she is just this like diehard firebrand for the defense, and that she's just out there like almost like she's like rabid spouting all of this bullshit. And then you actually watch her and you watch this sort of like calm, like well-mannered way. Yeah, of course there's some sarcasm here and there, right? But this sort of calm, measured, well-mannered presentation here. And it is night and day from what some of these haters are presenting. And Nancy Grace claims that people like Andrea Burkhart are attacking victims and they're re-traumatizing victims. And I just think it's absurd.
It was Halloween.
All right. Let's skip ahead a little bit here.
Studio. And I have the fish.
Oh, and they don't like that she talks about fashion either. That's something else that they don't like. And that she talks about, and she gets to that in a moment. She talks about someone's tie, and that just drives them crazy too.
An affidavit of business records.
This is just her explaining. And people don't give her enough credit too for like how much detail she gets into.
Business record is an exception to the hearsay rule. So normally, document, it's got writing on it outside of court. You want to rely on that writing. It's hearsay. You got to meet it in. The business records exception is a way to get that in. And so typically the foundation is just that this is a document that was kept in the ordinary course of business. It's a type of document that is relied upon ordinarily in the course of business. It was made around the time of the events described in it. And it's, true and accurate copy.
My God, y'all. I mean, this is just such incendiary language. This woman is dangerous. She's dangerous. Explaining these legal ideas. I mean, y'all, this could come on. It's an extremely like nuanced and measured presentation of legal and unpacking of legal ideas and terminology and stuff. And it's just so night and day different from how some people are hyperventilating about all of this. And then it's true. Like, I didn't realize like how many people in this Delphi case, and I understand that there are 2 girls who were killed brutally and why people are upset, but it seems like that has created this toxic environment where anyone who questions the prosecution's narrative has these critics online just tearing them to shreds, looking for everything to criticize
of the business record.
So I wanted to show you that, like, this is actually what we're getting on Andrea's channel.
Get that established without having to.
All right.
Grow into a case for reasonable doubt.
Here's what she's about to get into. Mention Nancy Grace here.
Reasonable doubt. So let's get into it. It was Halloween today, so I had my.
Oh, not that again. It's coming up. Here is my cringe editing, though. Actually, this would be a good example.
Colors and the colors I pulled from this.
Oh, okay. So I want to show you the tie because I know that because people complain about this on Reddit a lot, that she talks too much about fashion, which by the way is a tiny, 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 minuscule portion of her show. But she does talk about the fashion choices of various people that day in court. And so I'm sure something like this just drives her haters.
This very colorful white background with a diagonal stripe that was broken into a diamond kind of pattern of different colors. And the colors I pulled from this tie, I pulled blue, I pulled orange, I pulled silver, and I pulled brown. And this is all on a kind of light background. So yet another eye-catching tie from Mr. Rosie's collection. He should start a line or something. I think he could.
She should drive them crazy, even crazier by just having one whole segment, maybe a 2-hour stream just devoted to fashion. No, Art the Clown, I saw your comment and I agree with it. You said the internet needs some mean girls since they're the only ones who can take the harsh environment without dyeing their hair green, going to BLM rallies to cope with self-loathing. Point taken there. All right, let me try to find where she talks about Nancy
probably
Grace.
do quite well.
It's coming up. Here we go.
They did not make a halftime motion to dismiss. This did surprise me a little bit, not because I expect that they would win it or that you even really have to. You don't have to bring a halftime motion to preserve any kind of appellate right. I mean, I'm saying this generally because I don't know specifically for Indiana. Given the way that this whole proceeding is operated, since we can't have our devices, normally what I would be doing when I follow a trial is I'm researching the stuff while we're watching. So I'm able to see how it is in Indiana. And I'm sitting here still, relatively ignorant about Indiana law because we aren't able to do that. So I only kind of get to talk in generalities and the way things certainly are done in my jurisdiction, the way I understand them to be commonly done. But I really can't make any specific claim about the way things are in Indiana. But that said, typically speaking, you don't have to bring a halftime motion to preserve any kind of appeal right, because the halftime motion is just basically saying that the state's case is insufficient as a matter of law. Their evidence is insufficient. And that is typically always an issue that you can raise on appeal. You can raise it after conviction, after you've put on your own case, after they've had their any kind of, rebuttal case that they put on. You don't have to. It's just an option that you have.
Here it's coming.
And I kind of thought that they would, just because I thought this would be an opportunity for them to kind of, except you do it outside the presence of the jury. So it's really something that would be more for the audience and in that respect, maybe more for the press. I don't know. But it gives you a chance to kind of revisit your arguments, your closing, where you're going to be at in closing. Here's why that case is bullshit. They weren't going to win it, so there wasn't any necessity to bring it. I just thought, strategically they may want to, they may think that was a good idea, but honestly, seeing how the mainstream is reporting this case, they might have just figured, this is just gonna give more state talking points, because that's all they're doing. Nancy Grace just comes in, sits for the parts of the state's case that she wants to repeat. And she leaves within I think before 90 minutes, an hour. She's gone within an hour. She's not interested in all the context and all the other things that Rick Allen was saying at this time and his behavior at the time, and all the problems with Dr. Walla and her true crime habit. She wasn't there for any of that. She literally just wanted this detailed confession. That's it. That's all she's reporting on. And so that's kind of, reflective of a lot of the mainstream attitude. We're just here to hear what the state says. And we don't necessarily care that much about the other side. And that's what's getting reported. So
I love it. It is such a correct burn of Nancy Grace and of the mainstream media. But it wasn't anything out of line. And it was delivered in the same measured, nuanced, restrained way that Andrea
talks about everything, right? Very professional and very dead on, though. And I appreciate a blunt talker like this. And she is quite right. And let me explain to you before I show you get to Nancy Grace. Let me explain to you, first of all, why I showed you this longer clip. It's because I wanted you to see within this context here what she was talking about, why she brought this up. It wasn't just her deciding at the beginning of one of her shows, Andrea, that she was going to rag on Nancy Grace to get some clicks and views. It was her in a sort of a roundabout way explaining some strategy and why the strategy was not employed, why this particular legal strategy was not employed, and kind of an aside as to, well, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway because Nancy Grace wouldn't have even seen it, because what she's saying here is that Nancy Grace did not even stick around for this. So she said basically Nancy Grace was just there for 60, 90 minutes, just there to see the prosecution side of things. And so let me just tell you why this matters. Apparently, and I don't know a lot about it, but apparently this situation in Delphi, this is not as clear cut as people like Nancy Grace would have us believe. And apparently it is a situation where the prosecution may have engaged and the judge may have engaged in really profound misconduct in a number of respects. And so I want to read to you and show you just briefly, and I'm not trying to make a case for the defense or anything like that, but I'm just saying, we're all hearing tonight that this guy was found, that Richard Allen, the accused, was found to be guilty. And so that is going to be the assumption going forward. And a lot of us, like me, didn't even realize that there was another perspective on this. And so until I saw Andrea feuding with Nancy Grace, and I realized that at that point I was thinking, oh, it's like there's a whole legitimate perspective here. And Andrea, guess what, has been one of the few people out there covering it, apparently. And so but there's a tweet here basically that I bookmarked that someone put out after the verdict. And I just want to mention this. 1 second, let me find it. Be right back. Here we go. And I'll show it to you. So I don't know who this person is, but it's a great summary of Andrea. I think of the perspective that Andrea and a number of people have who are upset about the verdict and who believe that there might have been a profound miscarriage of justice. So again, I'm not taking up this case. I'm not taking up Richard Allen's cause or anything, but I just want to, since this has happened and is background to the dispute with Nancy Grace and Andrea, this is what we got. So, okay, this guy, this is a thread. He says, Richard Allen was found guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see this? Yeah. Richard Allen was found guilty in a case where there were no eyewitnesses connecting him to the crime. His DNA and fingerprints weren't at the scene, and the only physical evidence was connected to him via unproven junk science. His car and home were thoroughly examined. Not a single drop of the victim's blood was found. The judge, Andrea and others just loathe this judge, apparently. The judge, Honorable Fran Gull, wouldn't allow in any evidence pointing to an alternate killer or killers. No expert and lay witness testimony, no geofencing data, nothing. No mention of potential Odinist involvement. So apparently this is kind of a side track, but apparently there were indications that there might have been other people involved, or there might have been another killer, a different killer. And I don't really know, but apparently one of the girls had been sort of romantically in contact online with someone who was a sex offender. And so, hold on 1 second. Sorry. We have someone staying with us, and they just showed up really late. Anyways, so long story short, basically, there were solid indications that there were specific individuals, other potential suspects that
were needlessly ruled out or excluded in this trial. So there was apparently there were a number of other significant possibilities for suspects that the jurors had no knowledge of, and some various angles of this case that the jurors had no knowledge of. Continuing on, the judge kicked his attorneys off the case in blatant violation of his Sixth Amendment rights before sending him to Westville State Prison, where he was held in solitary confinement for 13 straight months in violation of Indiana Department of Corrections policy. By the time the Indiana Supreme Court reinstated Allen's attorneys, he had suffered a mental breakdown and confessed 61 times. Now, understand what they're saying here is this guy, and I had no idea about this. And this apparently is something that really bothered Andrea and other critics of the state, is that this Richard Allen guy was incarcerated in solitary confinement for 13 months and basically lost his mind, or at least that's the claim that a number of them are making, is that he lost his mind. And so then finally, like after losing his mind, and apparently he had a history of mental instability, after losing his mind, he just starts like agreeing to everything. And he even agreed that he had molested his own child and raped his wife, when in fact it turns out that he had done no such thing. And by the way, his family is standing very much by him in this. But anyway, it just gets complicated. It says by the time the Indiana Supreme Court reinstated Allen's attorneys, he had suffered a mental breakdown and confessed, quote unquote, 61 times. Just weeks ago, one of the deputy prosecutors in the case was found civilly liable for falsifying evidence in a criminal trial. One of the lead investigators on the case in the Carroll County Sheriff's Office was running for sheriff the year Allen was arrested, no doubt using the arrest on extremely flimsy evidence to pad his resume. He won that election. There were plenty of odd holes in the prosecution's story, more than enough to create reasonable doubt, even with the complete lack of physical evidence. But apparently that isn't the legal standard anymore. He also said the judge instituted a gag order so Allen's family and attorneys couldn't talk about the case, and that gag order remains in place even after the trial is over. So again, I don't know the ins and outs of this, and I don't want to claim that I do, but the coverage that I've seen from Andrea, to me, it has been extremely insightful, intelligent, measured, reasoned, and you contrast that with what we get from Nancy Grace. So let's go back.
I can see how a halftime motion is.
So now let's look at Nancy Grace. And this to me is just ridiculous. Well, she's just a ridiculous woman in general, though. But I'm going to try to find the place, or I've got the place here where she misrepresents Andrea's work in a video. Oh, let's see. I don't know why that's so small.
A program purporting to be true crime design and more.
Okay, well, you're not going to be able to see it very well, but I'm going to go ahead and play it so you can hear her. You can hear her griping, and then I'll point out to you where she misrepresents something. Here we go.
The names of the YouTubers attacking them because I felt it would only give them more.
Sorry.
In the courtroom. In the courtroom at Delphi, that attacks have been made, brutal, vicious attacks on Abby and Libby's family. I hated to give the names of the YouTubers attacking them because I felt it would only give them more attention. But under much attack, I will now do so. Listen.
Revelations from the state of Indiana's case against Rick Allen have thus far exposed the...
Okay, so here's the weird thing, all right? And this is something that she did on Nancy Grace did on 3 separate videos and has been called out for this by Andrea Burkhart. So if you look at this video here, this is an excerpt from a video made by a true crime podcast, true crime YouTuber, not Andrea Burkhart. But in fact, I know it's hard to see here, but in the upper left-hand corner, there's a caption there, and it says Andrea Burkhart YouTube. And you can go to her page, or you can go to my Twitter page, and you can see this blown up there and it's clearer. Again, I don't know why the image is so transferred so small, but basically what Nancy Grace was doing is she repeatedly posted inflammatory sounding videos from other true crime podcasts and programs, and then on multiple occasions superimposed Andrea Burkhart's name, this caption with Andrea attributing the channel to the excerpt to Andrea Burkhart. Now, I don't know if this is something that was done with malice or if this is just a screw up on the part of Nancy Grace's editor, but let me tell you something, okay? And as somebody, look, I have a YouTube channel and I'm nowhere in the league of Rekieta or of even Andrea Burkhart with the number of followers and viewers that they get. But I can tell you that even at the level that I'm at, even at the much more amateurish level, as someone pointed out, that I'm at, those kinds of mistakes, we don't make those kinds of mistakes repetitively. Now, I could see with maybe one video, one excerpt, misattributing it to someone, right? So saying Andrea, it was Andrea's video, or putting Andrea Burkhart up there on someone else's video, an inflammatory scene from someone else's video. I could see maybe accidentally doing it once. Although, honestly, if I were working at the level that Nancy Grace works at, if I were getting millions of dollars to yap every night on TV in front of hundreds of thousands of people or whatever her audience is, and I had all of the esteem and acclaim that she has garnered over the course of her career, I would be a lot more careful, because already I'm careful about stuff like that. You're not going to find me misattributing anything on any of my videos. And you especially think she would be careful in a situation like this where she's already been criticized by this person and has criticized this person or people like her herself. But anyway, I could see maybe you do it once, okay? But this happened, three separate videos that Nancy Grace, inflammatory videos that Nancy Grace attributed in the caption to Andrea Burkhart. This after Nancy Grace accuses certain YouTubers. I don't want to name their names. But there are these certain YouTubers who are attacking the families. Andrea has never done that. And I don't think any of these other people have either. What I have seen regarding the Delphi trial and the social media coverage, what I have seen over the past few days is that even as emotions have become very heightened, and there are a number of people on the pro-defense side who think that a terrible miscarriage of justice has taken place here, even with that, I have seen nothing but respectful discourse. And I just don't even believe that what Nancy Grace is claiming the other side is doing, that they're even doing. But let's say that they were, I don't know. But misattributing that to Andrea Burkhart is ridiculous. And so what I think has happened is that Nancy Grace got stung. She felt stung by Andrea correctly exposing the fact that she was basically just phoning it in. And I'm calling her phoning it in Nancy from here on out. But she was basically phoning it in. And she didn't like that Andrea exposed that, made a comment about it, critiqued it. And so she decided that she was going to let her have it. And one of the ways she was going to do it was she was going to present the idea that Andrea was this really extreme podcaster, extreme YouTuber. And so she was going to use clips from a more inflammatory or more extreme program, or a particularly inflammatory part of another program. And she was going to misattribute that to Andrea. I don't know. It could have been a genuine mistake, but to me, it's fishy. And Andrea called her out on this also on Twitter. And so, which I appreciate. I think is cool. I'm going to find it here. It's all right. So let me show you real quick. And then I'm going to show you some clips from Nancy Grace talking about the Duke Lacrosse situation. Okay. By the way, this is Andrea's Twitter. Follow her if you haven't already. And like I said, she has been giving tirelessly day after day, multi-hour stream recaps of this trial. So anyway, but here's the Nancy Grace stuff. Okay. So okay, here we go. The original, so this is her original tweet. Sorry. So this is Andrea's original tweet. She says, "Hi, Nancy Grace. Care to explain why you have, in defamatory fashion, placed my name at the top of a video that is not mine to attribute to me attacks on the family that I have not engaged in?" Ooh, you gotta love that burn. That is a burn in the way. That is a burn with a threat laid in it that only a lawyer, that is an embedded threat and a burn that only a lawyer can give there. So then here's what's interesting is you click on the video. All right, so we're going to click on the video. And look, she made it private, dude. So, oh, can you not see that? It doesn't show up for you, does it? Oh, because it opens a new link. Okay, so what happens is when you click on it then, here, let me add this to the stage.
Incompetent.
That's not it. Hold on, I want to show you. I want to show you though, she made it private. Just a second. So yeah, so in response to this, when you click on it now, this is what comes up: video unavailable. And so guilty is charged, I guess. I guess that Nancy Grace is frightened that she might get a defamation suit from Andrea Burkhart or something like that, or at least realizes that she screwed up because she did remove that. But then, like I said, there were other instances of this. It wasn't just that one. And so then Andrea pointed that out as well. She writes, oops, wait. She writes, might want to, might want to take a third look at this one too, Nancy Grace. This isn't my video, but you've attached my name to it and falsely attributed it to me. Weird how you keep making this mistake. And then someone found another one. So anyway, some of the responses were funny too. But anyway, so this is, that's basically what's going on here. But here's what I wanted to point out, and I want to show you this clip. So Nancy Grace and some of these others, these critics of Andrea, claim that Andrea is the one who's unhinged. In fact, I kept seeing that in some of these Reddit comments about Andrea, the ones who were criticizing her, at least, right? A lot of them people appreciate her, but these are critics talking about, her unhinged loony theories and how she's completely unwatchable now. She's unwatchable because all she does is roll her eyes and make snarky comments and shrug her shoulders. And there's not even any good legal commentary and, et cetera, et cetera. And then you watch Andrea's coverage, which we just saw, and you see how calm and measured and intelligent it is. And then you go back and you look at Nancy Grace's coverage. So does anybody remember the Duke lacrosse case? I don't want to spend a ton of time talking about it, but I do want to spend a minute or two. And let me get a picture here for you. Picture is always helpful. So I went to school. I went to grad school, as a number of you know, got an advanced degree in English, lit, and film, and taught writing classes and taught literature classes, and then ended up going to a different school. And after I got my degrees and taught for a while, I taught basic, intro to writing, intro to lit, intro to film. And then occasionally I would get a higher level course too, right? But I was a lecturer. But I did my graduate work at UNC North Carolina, and I was right down the street, basically. I was about 20 minutes down the road at that time. Let me make these pictures bigger. About 20 minutes down the road at that time from Duke University. And actually, my school, UNC, had a partnership at that time with Duke University's English program where we could take courses. Isn't that such a nice, I love that campus. I love those old time Gothic style university campuses. To me, that's just what a university should look like. That's what I think of when I think of a college. And of course, where I went to, UNC, it had a different look, a more colonial look, classic colonial look. But I liked that as well. But anyway, long story short, I was just down the road basically when this scandal happened. It was 2000. They cut my mic. They cut me. They cut my mic. The man is trying to shut me down. He's trying to shut down my voice. But you didn't win, did you? Because I came back, because I know how to click the rejoin studio button, because that's how smart I am, guys. So anyway, long story short, though, this will get me to hurry up with my story. So what happened, as you may or may not know, is that there was a stripper, a black stripper, and I mention the race because that becomes very important in a moment. But there was a black stripper, a single mother. I believe she was in her 30s. I don't really remember. It might have been late 20s. But anyway, and she was hired by a couple of members off campus unofficially, but a couple of members of the Duke lacrosse team. And basically what happened is the truth that finally came out is that after being paid to do basically a strip tease and a little dance at this frat house, because what was going on is basically they were having the equivalent of these guys were having the equivalent of a frat party one night at someone's house, at like the lacrosse house. And excuse me, 1 second. Okay. They were having the equivalent of basically a kind of a lacrosse frat party or hangout. I think actually there even weren't that many people there. It was like, as I remember the story that ended up coming out, it was several like bored guys one night who were just basically being stupid and thought on a lark it would be funny to order a stripper. So anyway, what ends up happening is this woman, her name was Crystal Mangum. She shows up with another stripper from this agency or what have you, and they basically dance for like 5 minutes and sort of half-heartedly. I think that they were apparently under the influence of lots of drugs, alcohol, whatever. And so they do this, they dance for a moment or whatever, and then Crystal things go sour in her mind or whatever, and she runs to the bathroom and shuts the door and declares that she's not coming out. And the other stripper is kind of like, what the fuck's going on? Because like she didn't have an issue with what was going on there. There was none of the guys, as it turns out, were doing anything to them or anything, right? And so all of a sudden this woman just freaks out and runs to the bathroom, and the other stripper's kind of like, what the fuck and whatever. And then the woman ends up staying there so long that the guys are like, you need to get out of the house, come on, like this is weird. And so finally, I don't really remember how it transpired, but finally the woman ends up leaving, or the guys end up getting her out of the house or whatever, and it's just kind of like a what the fuck happened kind of night. And so none of the guys worry about anything because there's no reason to. It was the stripper came over. They hired a stripper, totally legal, came over, danced for like 5 minutes, freaked out, acted weird, and locked herself in the bathroom. And then finally they got her to leave, right? Well, what ended up happening is a chain of events which encouraged this woman to end up making false allegations against these lacrosse players. And really, she was largely goaded and encouraged and abetted by the prosecutor's office and a corrupt DA who ended up having to serve time in jail himself for his role in this. And so, extreme prosecutorial misconduct and so forth. And so these guys were completely innocent, falsely accused, and they had their lives for a while, it looked like, ruined. They ended up getting a big settlement from Duke University because Duke University, the school and the professors, engaged in defamatory activity against these guys because they naturally assume, well, these guys are rich white guys and privileged, and this is a poor black woman, so of course they must have raped her. And of course there were a lot of militant activist leftist professors who not only went along with that narrative, but who actually encouraged it and were literally pounding the drums for these guys to be kicked out of school. And when I say literally, some of these activists actually set up drums right outside these guys' homes and were banging the drums and protesting and calling them rapists and even calling for violence against them. Their own professors turned on them. Like, it was a horrible period for them, right? And the prosecutor brought charges against them. And they had to go through this extensive legal process until finally it became such a mess, and it was such an obvious miscarriage of justice that was taking place that higher up stepped in, as I remember. And I think the voters actually stepped in too and kicked this prosecutor out of office. Anyway, long story, and you should watch it. There's a great ESPN documentary, 30 for 30 documentary on the Duke lacrosse case. If you can find it, it's really, really interesting, really good. But anyway, here's the point. Nancy Grace, very early on, she did an interview with a student who actually later on would become famous for working for Trump. His name is Stephen Miller. But those of you who hate Trump, if you can just overlook that for a minute and get away from that angle and just focus on the fact that this was a young college student who was standing up for the presumption of innocence and who was saying, hey, there's something fishy here, and maybe we should pay attention to it. Maybe we shouldn't rush to judgment and ruin these guys' lives. And look at the way that Nancy Grace in this interview conducts herself and treats him, and compare in your mind the way that she behaves to the way that Andrea Burkhart behaves in her videos that we've seen. All right. So I'm going to show you this from the illustrious Nancy Grace, or phoning in Nancy, as I like to call her. So yes, that's Stephen Miller, this student. All right. Here we go.
Students, when I say that we're
I want to go to Stephen Miller with the Duke Conservative Union. Stephen Miller, what's your response to the indictments handed down and the arrests?
Well, I think I speak for many students when I say that we're very, very concerned that 2 innocent people may have possibly just had their lives ruined.
Lord!
You're saying it's not possible or innocent. That's not even in the realm of possibility.
It's not possible, but a grand jury has heard evidence and deemed this fit to go to a trial.
Right, and we're saying that
ever hearing what the victim has to say, you're saying the grand
I'm not
jury is
saying
wrong,
I'm not saying I'm convinced
the
at
victim is
all.
lying, and your first problem is 2 innocent people.
I didn't say that. I said we're concerned that it's possible that 2 innocent people may have had their lives ruined, because this case does have many irregularities and many inconsistencies.
Do you have a sister?
Yes, I do, but I would appreciate it.
I assume you've got a mother. I mean, what your first concern is that somebody's falsely accused?
Don't tell me what my first concern is, please. My first concern when I first heard these
out of your mouth.
No,
Maybe I'm crazy. I don't wear hearing aids.
No, I didn't say that was my first concern when I first heard these allegations. Was that a innocent woman had been raped. That was the first thing that came to my mind, and I think came to anyone's mind. But as the facts started to come out, there was many irregularities and inconsistencies that troubled me like many other people. You've talked on the show about how she had bruises on her the day after. But a photo taken at 12:03 before the alleged rape occurred shows that she had bruises and open sores on her body. We also have the 911 call.
That's not what Newsweek says.
No, at 12:03.
Yeah, that's not what Newsweek says.
That in the report it says that there are already bruises.
Okay.
At 12:03.
Let me get another reaction from Monica Johnson-Haas.
So when he won't accede to what she's saying, then she's just, okay, on to the next one. But seriously, the way that she shuts him down, I mean, she's just a crazy, kooky lady. And she certainly has no position from which to criticize how other people conduct themselves in a professional or non-professional way. You know, she was actually on the Jim and Sam show, and they confronted her about some of the allegations against her and the way in allegations that she's not only conducted herself poorly at times over the years, but that she's actually harmed people at times in some of her coverage and her actions. And she just walked off. She didn't even want to address it. This is that.
See, no one says you haven't faced worse, and no one is saying that we're not attacking you.
Do you have any more questions?
How do you justify latching on to all of these hashtags and things without saying that you are capitalizing on dead kids?
So you're back to your first question.
Yes,
okay.
but I would like a more honest answer. As a
I'll
prosecutor,
give you
should know
another
that
honest answer.
People bullshit.
And the answer is, my program is to help solve unsolved homicides and find missing people, which we have done. Now, if you don't like that and you don't like the way I do it, then don't watch it.
I like what the answer you just gave.
I think our time is up. Bye-bye.
Take care. You can leave if you want. Don't worry, we're not going to kill ourselves after the interview.
Thanks, guys.
I love that dig.
Thank
So
you,
do y'all
Nancy,
get that what that dig
for
was
stopping
about? Here,
by.
let me take this off. So one of the things I was trying to emulate, first of all, the Nancy Grace. I was trying to figure out how she was getting her hair like behind these things to like stick out like that. That was an interesting look. She had like a lot of volume on top of the headphones on the side. I don't know. I think that's pretty good. I don't know. What do y'all think? I wonder if I should start doing, now that I'm in my 40s, start doing pigtails, on each side for like bumping into things. Pigtails on each side for like a more youthful look. So you know how that Manson scammer, that guy who turned out to be a murderer, but whatever, but who scammed his way into a private meeting with Marilyn Manson at a concert and free travel and all of that by saying that by describing himself as, what was it, boy with leukemia, right? So basically this if you don't know the story, that's why I showed you the poorly edited documentary earlier, but that was this guy, Miles Phillips. He'd killed someone. He'd killed his ex-husband, but he was 24 years old and he wanted to pass himself off as being this younger victim of leukemia, this boy with leukemia. And so he presented himself in a really youthful looking way, pretended to be younger than he was, dressed in like very youthful clothes and all of this. And he used the hashtag, the title boy with leukemia, right? When he would go to these concerts and he would have this poster, boy with leukemia, and his hashtag so that he could, what he wanted, right? So I was trying to think of what I could do to maybe get like a lot of free shit myself. I mean, why stop with Marilyn Manson? I mean, the sky's the limit. I should just make a long list of all these celebrities and these famous bands and people that I want to see. And then I just need to, like the boy with leukemia, I need to figure out what I'm going to pass myself off as to, get the maximum amount of sympathy. So I was thinking about some different options and, I was thinking, well, I could do like what he did and try to pass myself off as younger than I am. People already generally think I'm a bit younger, right? So I could do the pigtails, right? So I'll have my pigtails, and then I need something catchy. Like I need like a catchy disease, because he was boy with leukemia. I don't want to be a girl with leukemia, because that would be kind of, passe, and it'd be kind of too obvious, right? Because, they think, oh, girl with leukemia, but wait a minute. Remember the last time there was someone claiming to be a young person with leukemia? Oh, that turned out to be a fraud. So we don't want to give her free shit. So I can't be girl with leukemia. That's it's too obvious. So I was thinking, what could it be? What could I like hold up a sign? What would be catchy for me to like write and then put on a sign, hold it up? So I came up with an idea, and I did like a mock sign on a piece of paper. So hold on, let me grab it. I'll be right back, and then I'll show you, and you can tell me like what you think about this and maybe how I could improve it. Okay, right back. All right, I can't find my sign, but look, I'll just make it again for you, okay? And so here, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do like the hashtag, and then you'll get a sense of it, right? So just like the boy with leukemia, right? He had boy with leukemia written, and he just like he went to the concert and he just hold up his sign, and he got so much attention. So this is what I want to do, okay? Oh, let's see. Here we go. So y'all are going to love this, I think. This is something that I haven't seen someone try, because there are diseases that it seems like are people pretty commonly try those diseases for these types of scams. Like those are the go-to diseases, or not even like scams, just like, like the Make-A-Wish thing or whatever, like Last Wish. And so it's like a lot of like cancer stuff. And so I was like, well, why do the cancer thing? That's passe, like that's what everybody's doing. So I came up with an idea that I've not seen anybody do. So what do you think? So I'm at a concert, I'm at a rock concert, right? And I'm wanting to get their attention. I'm sitting there with the, my pigtails and everything. Cause again, I'm going to look younger and sweet and angelic. So I got my pigtails and then I've got this. What do y'all think? Do you think I'll get a lot of extra attention from rock stars with this? You think I can get a private meeting with Marilyn Manson if I advertise myself this way? So that's what I'm going to be doing. The next concert that I try to go to, pigtails and syphilis will be the theme. Anyway. Yeah, so Nancy Grace, she's not popular. People do not like her. And I think that in a matchup between Andrea and Nancy, Andrea would definitely win. But I will say this, y'all, in all seriousness, seriously, not being sarcastic, it was really sad to look at Andrea's live stream tonight after the verdict came in. No matter what opinion people have, and again, I don't know enough about the case to have an opinion on his guilt or innocence, but I know that Andrea took this time off from work and put in all of this effort and travel and all for this cause because she really did believe in it. I don't think she's 100% that this guy is innocent, although I think that she's more strongly in favor of the idea that he probably is. But it's not just that. It's also what she sees as the extreme misconduct, unconscionable misconduct of the prosecution, of the sheriff's office, the investigators, of the judge, and even I think the evaluating psychiatrist, right? In this case, and she just really believes that a profound miscarriage of justice has taken place in the way that the system has absolutely failed. And so to watch her show tonight, her live stream, I just wanted to show you just a tiny part of it because you see really how much she cared about this case and how I think dejected she is, temporarily, but dejected about the way that it went down. And again, I know that she devoted all of this time to this, not as some people think, primarily for clicks, but really that this is something that she was really interested in. So anyway, I just want to show you. I'm feeling for her tonight because I know that she's genuinely sad about this.
The jury's ability to there's some case law from back in the early 2000s that dealt with sentencing laws at that point in time. I mean, that safekeeping order made it pretty clear. You attorneys are lying and he's getting treated better than other inmates at Westville. So yeah, they're not fruit of the poisonous tree because they're not.
So I don't know. It really touches my heart a bit because especially if you know Andrea like I do, you can see there that she's genuinely disappointed because she really did feel like it was a huge miscarriage of justice. So I don't know. I don't know anything about the case really, but just the little bit that I've seen from her program and that I've read. But I do hope that if a miscarriage of justice did occur here, that they will be able to pull out and turn things around on the appeals process. But I know that the appeals process is very difficult, but we see that, occasionally it does work. Cassandra, thank you for that. So you can keep insulting me if you want to send me super chats every time you do it. Anyway, I'll say this too, Cassandra, that I understand just from my own experience as well, being on both sides of the camera here. And, so watching other people's shows and commenting and then also doing my show, I do understand how at times we're just, expressing ourselves and what we feel. And that's okay. And people should be able to handle it. And I totally can. And I also understand too that sometimes we say stuff just because we're feeling it at the moment or whatever, frustration or just an offhand comment, and we don't really realize how it might come across to others. So anyway, my point is no hard feelings about any of that earlier. And again, thanks for the super chat and for
being a loyal viewer. If you've been watching my philosophy stuff, then you're a loyal viewer, because most people don't don't see those videos. All right. And then, yeah, so thank you again for that. I really appreciate those super chats. And anyways, okay. So where are we at? We got 2 more things to do, y'all. So I'm thinking what we're looking at here is, let's see, we started at 10. So we've been going, or 10 my time. So we've been doing, so far it's almost 2.5 hours. Okay. So this is what we've got left on the docket. I'm not going to bore you to death, but I did want to briefly answer the questions I've gotten about the election. Somebody sent me a PayPal comment or a PayPal donation 2 days ago, and they said, I want you to do a live stream, please. And this is for you, by the way, Dwayne. I want you to do, or Dwayne/Dan, right? He said, I want you to tell me like some of your political opinions, like who did you want to win? Even if you didn't vote, who did you kind of want to win more? How do you feel about things, whatever. So I will briefly answer those questions. And then I want to talk about Marilyn Manson and Joker 2. And then we will end with just a bit of the Menendez seance. That's right, because I need to clip it and start a Psychic Menendez channel to counter the other Psychic Menendez channel that's profiting off this case. No. But anyway, okay. So I've got a super chat. Vanessa says, Cassandra forgot to type praising words. Oh, that's okay. I think it was implied. I figured she was giving me the super chats because she felt bad and also wanted to express that she was a fan. But I saw your comments earlier, Cassandra. I did, and I really do appreciate it. By the way, I'm going to take this opportunity again to advertise my PayPal. I don't know how many of you watch my work regularly, but I do ask people who watch regularly to contribute what they would contribute if they were, spending money on something equally frivolous, like a latte or whatever, right? And, it's one of those things that obviously, as people know, we get paid a bit through YouTube, but at the level that I'm at, it is almost nothing. I think last month, I had a check, or I think I got a payment for like a couple of $100. And one of the things, unfortunately, when you're going through a dry period like this with content in terms of topics, and I'm sort of shifting gears a bit, Depp Heard is finally in the past, and then the Manson stuff, even though that continues to be an interesting topic, it's something that I'm really downshifting on in a lot of ways out of necessity, right? Because he's moving on and life's moving on, and this crazy Me Too saga, to some degree, even though it's got several chapters left, I do think is drawing to a close, not with a bang but a whimper, right, as Elliot would say. But anyway, when you're in this kind of like dry spell of transition, and yet also you're doing things to try anything you can think of to try to kick to the next rung, right? It can really put you in a situation where you're really not getting much revenue, but people think that you're actually doing better than you are. And I guess what I mean by that is this. When I started my YouTube channel in the first 2 years, I got donations from many more people, really through Depp versus Heard, actually. The first 2 years or so of my channel, I got donations from many, many more people than I do now. And I think the reason for that is partly because people see me on, going on Meghan McCain's show or going on Tim Pool's show or this or that. And they think, okay, well, she's like, now she's getting a little recognition. She's on the next rung. Like, she probably doesn't need donations. She probably doesn't need tips because she's not so amateur hour, anymore to a degree. But really, like, that stuff does not, when you're not getting a lot of views, that stuff doesn't translate into anything. Sad to say this, but my appearance on Tim Pool, I think that I got maybe 80 new followers from that. 80 new followers, new subscribers. Meghan McCain, about the same. And even like with, Manson putting out his new album and the concert stuff that I was doing, going to concerts, covering that and doing, trying to do interesting things, going to the protests, covering that. even those things really made almost no difference, discernible difference in the bottom line for my channel. And so, you know, these are obviously problems that I have to fix, structural problems. And it's also a matter of just sticking with something until you finally do break into the next level. But at the same time, I do like to remind people who do consume my content regularly that it is a labor and it is a product just like anything else. And just because no one is forcing you to pay for it doesn't mean that it wouldn't be a nice thing now and then to tip. So that's probably the last that I'll say tonight of that. And but I will remind you again, this I have my PayPal here, and of course, super chats and all of that are nice as well. But with the PayPal, you don't have to have a membership. You can just use a debit or credit card. So there is the link. Oh no, that's not the link. You're just saying I have a disgusting Karen haircut. No, I know it's not. No, I'm kidding. I know you're not talking about my haircut. I do need a better haircut though. No, but here's the link for my PayPal. And so again, donations appreciated. And if you are watching this and it's not live, if you're catching the replay, then the link will be posted in my comments. So check out the top comment and I've got the link for my PayPal there. But as always, your support is appreciated. And like I said, I have some surprises for you all. I've got some travel coming up. Again, these are things that I depend on viewer support and also my waitressing job to fund. But I do have travel coming up to several different bigger shows and one surprise at the end of the month that I don't want to give anything about it away. But I think when people see where I am, when I log on at the end of the month and people see where I am, they're going to be like, oh, that's so cool. I'm so glad that you're covering this. So anyway, I do have things in the pipeline and I do appreciate and depend on your support. Okay, I'm going to go away for 10 minutes. We're going to do one more break. This is the final break of the evening. And I don't know, that's not a comment by Vanessa, by the way, recently. This is an earlier comment and I, for some reason, just randomly scrolled on it. So that was not a response from her to what I just said. But I'm going to go away for about 10 minutes. That'll be the last break of the evening. Then when we come back, I'm going to show you some scenes from Joker 2. I'm going to talk about how Joker 2 is genius and it's about Marilyn Manson specifically. Not really. They didn't write it about him, but I think it is a really interesting mirror to his own narrative and amplification and fictionalization of his own narrative. And then we will do a quick Menendez seance and I will bid you adieu. So I hope you're enjoying this extended live stream and I will be back. All right.
Nathan Hochman. If it requires,
I know that your intentions are good. Just don't think that you know what you've gotten yourself into.
I have reached out to Mr. Gascon directly, asking for an explanation of why they still haven't made a decision to prosecute.
So outside the Hall of Justice Thursday, Gascon's challenger next month's election, Nathan Hochman.
if it requires me to hold a press conference every single day, I would do it for the victims.
This video is addressed to Nathan Hochman, the future DA of Los Angeles, and congratulations on that, sir. I know that there are many people on all sides of the political aisle who are very happy to see Gascon go, but I know that you're a very busy man, and so I want to get to the point here. I'm afraid that you are in the process of committing a political error, a political faux pas that you're going to regret. So I'm talking about Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, and I'm talking about the Me Too hoax that has been perpetrated against him for 4 years now by a number of women headed up by the actress Evan Rachel Wood and Esme Bianco, the Game of Thrones actress, the woman that you have been publicly supporting and that you stood next to at a press conference or rally. I know that your intentions are good, but I just want to make sure you understand or you're aware of certain aspects of this situation. One of the primary accusers in all of this, a woman named Ashley Morgan Smithline, she came forward and in an official legal affidavit, she declared that this whole thing was a hoax orchestrated by Evan Rachel Wood, and that she was pressured to lie about Manson and to accuse him of abuse when she said that he really, in fact, did not abuse her. This is an official legal declaration, which, by the way, the other accusers in this have not provided an official document under penalty of perjury. And she declared that the whole thing is a hoax and a lie orchestrated by Evan Rachel Wood, and that she was pressured into accusing Manson falsely. I wonder also if you're aware of the fact that Evan Rachel Wood, the primary accuser in this and the orchestrator of this and the recruiter of the other accusers, I wonder if you're aware that she falsified an FBI document. She typed up a fake FBI document and signed a real FBI agent, falsified this agent's signature in family custody proceedings with her ex-partner and the father of her child, Jamie Bell. And in this falsified document that she submitted to court, she claimed that she was an important witness in an investigation, an FBI investigation against Marilyn Manson. And she claimed this in this falsified document because she was trying to provide reasons why she had kidnapped her son from his father, Jamie Bell, and was withholding him from his father. And so this was her excuse, that she was basically running away from Manson and was terrified and all of that. She ended up losing custody, by the way. And this is all documented. She ended up losing custody because of her shenanigans. This was in family court. But I'm just saying, we're dealing here with a woman, the woman who orchestrated this whole thing, and the primary accuser is someone who's out there falsifying FBI documents. I wonder, sir, if you're also aware that one of the other main accusers in this situation, Bianca Elaine, she goes by various names, that she did a hour-and-a-half podcast several years ago in which she directly contradicted a number of the claims that she then later made in her lawsuit against Manson. So 2 different stories. The first story, much more benign and didn't include any accusations of anything happening when she was underage. And so again, like a whole contradictory story that she's out there on record, on tape telling. I wonder if you are aware that another of the main accusers in this, Manson's former assistant, Ashley Walters. By the way, this was the person who took all of the information, the private information that she was privy to as his assistant, passwords, social media passwords, text messages, DMs, all of his contacts. She took all of this and handed it over to Evan Rachel Wood and the other co-conspirators, completely unauthorized and illegally. But anyway, I wonder if you're aware that this woman, the reason why she is angry at Manson is because at Brian Warner is because she is a disgruntled former employee who stole his car, took it on a drunken joyride, was arrested and was charged with a DUI. And that's why he fired her. That's why she's no longer in his employment, among other reasons. So I wonder if you're aware of that. These are the type of people that we are dealing with here. I know that they seem sweet and attractive and worthy of empathy, but that's not the case. And these are a number of very disturbed, manipulative individuals who have their own various agendas that have nothing to do with the truth or with justice. Now, Ashley Walters was not alone on this joyride when she stole Brian Warner's Jaguar and drove it drunk and wrecked it and got arrested. Guess who else was on this joyride, this unauthorized theft of the car? Esme Bianco. Because Esme Bianco and Ashley Walters were thick as thieves. You know, all of these women are connected, and all of this is in their own court filings. That's what's hilarious about this. They admit to this stuff. But yeah, Esme Bianco went along with Ashley Walters when she stole Manson's car and wrecked it in her drunken joyride and was arrested. This is the type of people we're dealing with here. Now, Esme Bianco, who you shared the stage with yesterday and have been supporting online publicly, when she was in her civil proceedings against Brian Warner, all of her evidence leaked online. It was a lawyer snafu, lawyer screw up, and all of her evidence leaked online and is still out there, actually, to those who know where to go and get it. But it leaked online. And not only was there nothing incriminating toward Manson, but there was actually a lot of really embarrassing, incriminating stuff about her that came out. That is stuff that I would expect will probably at some point come out. I wonder if you're aware also, sir, that the police, the LA Sheriff's Department, investigated Brian Warner extensively for almost 2 years. And they seized all of his electronic devices, scoured through them intensely. They know everything about the guy. 2-year almost investigation, interviewed all sorts of people. I, in fact, have talked to and interviewed on my YouTube channel people that the detectives also interviewed. And they came up with nothing, and they closed the case. As you know, they closed the case and they sent the file over to DA Gascon. He's been sitting on it because his detectives have told him that this is a scam and a hoax and it's BS. And he doesn't want to take the political hit that he would take if he came out and admitted that it was BS and cleared Manson. So that's what, look, I understand that Gascon and his office, they've got big problems with delays in a number of other cases. But in this case, the issue, yes, he's intentionally delaying it, but it's because Manson is innocent and this thing is a hoax. And the detectives know that. This hoax has received the public backing of various prominent Democrats in California, various prominent Democratic politicians in California. And so when Evan Rachel Wood, for example, testified before the California Assembly about her supposed abuse, she was backed by and sitting next to and introduced by California State Senator Susan Rubio. Rubio is not the only one. There have been a number of very powerful Democratic politicians in California and also outside of California, nationwide, who have written letters to the FBI and other government entities on behalf of Evan Rachel Wood and the other accusers, and have stood next to them at rallies and have introduced them and dined with them and taken pictures with them and all of this on record publicly. And I'm afraid now that you've added yourself to list of politicians publicly supporting these women, but it's not too late for you because you've just started talking about this and you can back away from it. So I'm not naive enough to think that you could come out and make a declaration against this hoax or say that you've changed your mind or you're no longer supporting Esme Bianco as Manson. But you can at least drop this and stop promoting it because this is just not, this isn't the cause. And, you know, I also hate it for you as a Republican, as a conservative, someone who's trying to turn the page on the liberal policies of Gascon.
Gary. Your witness, Mr. Fleck.
Okay. Oh shit. Sorry. Just a second. Okay. Hello. So I am back, and I'm going to talk about politics, the political stuff, in just a minute. But I'm going to go ahead and get into the Joker thing here because I think it'd be nice to see some scenes for the movie, kind of break up the monotony of the stream. So look, spoilers ahead, and I'm going to talk about this film and give away plot points, and some of these scenes will give away things. So I would say if you don't want to see Joker, or you don't want to hear or see some Joker 2 spoilers, then you want to go away for the next 10 minutes. So yeah, so if you want to go away and come back in like 10, maybe 10, 15-ish minutes, you don't want to see or hear spoilers, then fine. But I'm going to show you a few scenes here, nothing too long. I'll show you a few scenes, and then we'll talk about how I see, Marilyn Manson's life narrative kind of hidden in this in a way. Okay, so what's about to happen here is that the Joker has been, and I should say Arthur Fleck, because that's his real name, and of course the Joker is this created alter ego. That's a pretty obvious correlation, right? With Manson, Manson said he created this alternate character to kind of escape into because the world itself was too limiting, right? And what was available to him as Brian Warner was too limiting. And I think it's in much the same way as the Joker, as Arthur Fleck in the earlier film created or allowed to be created around him, this kind of mythos
making him and his life, making him more powerful and more and famous and important. Finally, someone important, right? But what's interesting in Joker 2 is how he finds himself in a way trapped by that mythos, by that alter ego. And in fact, what you see in his relationship with Lady Gaga is that Lady Gaga is not interested in Arthur Fleck. She's not interested in the real man. She's only interested in the exciting alter ego, in the myth, in the Joker. And I think that, we've talked about how Manson finally found someone with his wife that that really seems interested in the man, not the mythos, and the fact that even when the mythos fell apart or was canceled, so to speak, that she stood by him, right? But I have to think that Manson, most of his life, that Brian Warner, most of his life as Manson, he's really had to confront this question of to what extent women who've been interested in him, fans and what have you, have really been interested in him or interested in the mythos that he created, in the persona that he created that is not really him. And it's interesting. I don't know, Eve, if you're going to see this, but one of Manson's fans who's really active online and sorry, I'll put my face on her so you can see me, is really active online and supported me and actually did an interview with me and also I talked to her at one of the concerts. Anyway, she was talking about how when she told me that when she met Manson at a meet and greet years ago, she said something to the effect of, "I love you." And he corrected her, not in a mean way or anything, but he corrected her and he said, "Well, you don't love me. It's basically like you don't know me," right? And again, not being an asshole about it or whatever, but like just drawing the distinction there and attention to the fact that it was erroneous for her to say she loved him, that really she loved the mythos, the persona that he had created, and she said something to the effect of that, but in a positive way, right? And of course, you can watch. I did an interview with her that'll come out with some fan interviews in the next few weeks, and so you can watch that interview to see what he actually said to her word for word. But anyway, I think that is a really something interesting that comes out in the Joker's relationship with Harleen Quinn, with the Lady Gaga character in this movie, because she's the one actually who has the power in this movie. I understand in the Jared Leto movie, it's different, that he's abusive and she's abused, but the dynamic in this movie, in the Todd Phillips movie, is that Lady Gaga is very much the manipulative, her character, Harley Quinn, very much the manipulative character, and she is not satisfied with, does not love Arthur Fleck, the man. She wants only the persona, the famous guy, the edgy fantasy, right? And that is a very clear, explicit theme in the film and plot point. And in fact, so let me set up what you're about to see. So what happens is when Arthur Fleck goes to trial, he wants to be Joker again for Harley to love him, for Lady Gaga to love him, because he senses that she'll only love him for the Joker character, not the real man. And so in court, he takes on this Joker character and really tries to, once again, really lean into it. And yet you see a kind of a crack in this picture, so to speak, in this effort that occurs in this scene when a former coworker of his testifies in court. And it profoundly affects Arthur Fleck, because up to this point, he's been trying to maintain this mythos, this funny Joker, fuck you mythos in court. And yet when this guy testifies, as you'll see, it really strikes to the heart of the man, the real man, Arthur Fleck. So let's watch it. Let's see.
Gary. Your witness, Mr. Fleck.
Turn it up. Sorry. You can turn it up if you need to. I won't scream.
Mr. Puddles. Gary Puddles? Tell me, sir, is that your God-given name?
Yes.
Really? Really? Your last name is Puddles? Why, it sounds like a joke.
Well, it's not.
You expect us to believe that your last name is Puddles? Puddles?
Mr. Fleck, where is this going? As I said, I'm not going to let you turn my courtroom into a circus.
Okay. But, with all due respect, Your Honor, don't you think it's a little late for that?
Don't try my patience.
Mr. Puzzles, earlier this afternoon, you testified that you saw me stab Mr. Kleinman-Huff in the neck a couple of times, correct?
Kleinman-Hoffer. Yes, I saw you.
And what else did you see that day?
You're stabbing him in the eye.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, I misremembered here, so this is someone basically testifying to seeing him commit this really violent act. Now, there's another scene. What I wanted to show you is there's another scene where he actually confronts a coworker of his, and I'm not sure that I'm not sure they're going to put this in there. Let me describe it to you, and then I'll show you some more. But there's a scene where, in all of the Joker's bravado in court, right? He finally interviews, or this guy testifies, who's a former coworker of his, and this is what the guy says. The guy says basically, "I liked you when you were Arthur Fleck. I liked you when you were not the Joker, because you were the only one at that job who was nice to me." And basically, what ends up getting through to Arthur Fleck and finally what gets him to disavow the Joker mythos, or to say, no, this is the real me. I'm Arthur Fleck. I'm walking away from the Joker. What gets him to do that is realizing that there was value in the real person underneath, the person that he had been running away from. And that value was exhibited in the fact that he was the only one at his job, in Joker 1. Remember in Joker 1, he works at that job where people make fun of him, and he's got this abusive boss that he ends up killing and all of that. But there's that coworker that people abuse and rag on and make fun of, and that the other people bully at the job, right? And Arthur Fleck, the depressed, downtrodden, before he became the Joker, Arthur Fleck was nice to that guy. And so what happens in Joker 2 is that, yes, the Joker's trying to build up this mythos, this persona. And so, he's having these people testify, and they say, oh yes, you were stabbing this guy and you were doing this violent thing or this violent thing. But what really ends up getting to the Joker, what ends up getting to his heart of the man underneath, is when this coworker of his says, no, actually, I liked the real you. I prefer the real you because the real you was the only one at work who was nice to me. The real you basically has value. And I think that is a beautiful moment in that movie, because the Joker, Arthur Fleck, is able to finally embrace himself, the man, and see value in the man, and not have to depend on the false persona anymore. And he becomes so true to himself that he even walks away from Lady Gaga's character. At the end of the film, he ends up, he's going to be transported back to prison because he's found guilty. He basically, in the film, he sort of disavows the Joker thing. He says, no, it wasn't some false persona. It was me. I did these things because I was sad. I was going through a hard time, this, that, right? And he takes responsibility for it. And he disavows the Joker thing. And he wants to be himself from now on. He wants to be genuinely what he is and not have to put on this act. And so he's going to be transported back to the prison, but there's a disruption or disturbance or whatever, and he's able to sort of escape for a bit and go say goodbye to Harley, Lady Gaga's character. And at that point, she disavows him because she's not interested in him. She's only interested in the false mythos, the false guy, the persona, the alter ego, right? And so she leaves him basically, and it's very tragic because he loves her. But he stays true to himself, And so the point that I'm trying to make here is that I think that, and I'm not saying that it's similar to Manson and that the Marilyn Manson project was a bad project, like it's something that Manson needs to disavow. I don't mean that at all. I think it's a really interesting one that a very interesting concept that I've come to really appreciate and see a lot of value in the art. And I'm interested in seeing the ways that he continues to develop the concept and evolves and where it's going and all that, right? But here's the thing, though, where I do see so much resonance with the Joker situation is that I think that when so much of how one experiences the world or is experienced by the world and approached by others is tied up with a persona, an alter ego, an artistic performance, as it were, that I think that creates a really interesting, and I'm not saying anything new here, right? But it creates a really interesting fissure or gap between the one and the other. And in a sense, like I think someone can spend the rest of their life in a way trying to reconcile that gap or to figure out exactly what that means, to wrap one's head around its implications, and also to deal with people, finding honest ways of dealing with people where they don't see you as that persona, but they see you as the real person, and also finding ways of accepting that within yourself, right? And I think that the Joker character is grappling so much with all of those. And I think that that's something that Manson has to grapple with. And even y'all, it's the idea of like being falsely accused. I mean, what we see in the Joker films is that even though, yes, the Joker is guilty of killing some people and of creating some societal mayhem, ultimately he is a victim of society and of society's problems and prejudices. He is a kind of a symptom of societal ill and neglect, and he ends up being very persecuted. And here's what I want to say. If you haven't seen the second Joker, it is primarily concerned with his persecution and rape at one point by the prison guards. And I think this is another reason why people weren't prepared for it and why so many people walked out or hated the film or were appalled by it or whatever, or like, what the fuck is this? Is because, yes, on the one hand, you have some musical numbers in the film and you have these songs, and so it gives it this sort of musical aspect, right? But then on the other hand, there are these, a great deal of it is very depressing and dark, and it's about someone being completely subjugated and abused and reduced to nothing in confinement in a prison and by the system. And I think that we see that with Marilyn Manson, where this man has been, in the Joker's case, the Joker actually did some shit, right? But in Manson's case, as we know, falsely accused. But so much of that comes from people confusing the persona with the real man and blaming the real man for the crimes of the persona, as it were, right? Because every time that people read an interview with Manson or hear an interview or read his book, and they hear or read him saying some things that are appalling or objectionable or but are an expression of his persona, a fictitious expression of his persona, right? They mistake that performance. They mistake the performative for the reality, and then he's persecuted based on that mistake, that misunderstanding, that misapprehension. And so, yes, in the Joker, we see someone literally incarcerated, literally being beaten and raped by guards and abused and psychologically toyed with day after day. And that's different, yes, in the Manson situation. But in the Manson situation, we see Brian Warner being more or less toyed with by the DA's office and the police. I mean, no offense to the police. I think they're doing their job well and doing what they can, but I mean, they're an arm and an extension of the prosecutor's office and the inaction that we have seen, and so much of the grandstanding. And here we see Nathan Hochman also guilty of this, although I believe unknowingly, but the new DA, before he even becomes the DA, he's siding with Esme Bianco and he's protesting with her on the steps of the Capitol or whatever that was. And he's demanding that action be taken on the Marilyn Manson situation. I mean, Manson, for both sides, has been a kind of political pawn, and he's been a pawn of the system, and he's been ground down in a way beneath the system. and ground down by society and these cancellation processes. And thank God he's come back and it looks like he's okay, gonna be okay and all that. But I'm just saying that this idea of being subjugated by societal prejudice, I see it very much in both the film and in the reality of Manson's life, which I think is really interesting. And I want to say something else too. Well, I said I was going to show scenes from Joker, and then I just start talking. Let me show you a couple of different scenes, and I won't stop here. And then I have some things to say, but I want to show you this.
Than I thought it would.
Not that. That's not it. Here we go.
Small business owners love handling shipping.
And fulfillment.
And what
No, you cannot give any statements to the press, even if Kellerman asked you to.
You know they've been out there all week to see me. They want to talk to me.
I told you before, I set up an exclusive interview next month, right before trial.
Okay, but Kellerman asked me to make a statement now. He's letting me go to this movie tonight, like a normal person.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Arthur. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I have to go.
Okay, let's move it.
Hang on, Jackie. He's signing my book.
Make it quick, Arthur. I don't want to miss the beginning.
Gonna be worth a fortune when they get hired.
Easy now. Let's go.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out there that like he's really interested in doing interviews. He's bugging his lawyer about, I want to do an interviews though. I want to get more press coverage and all that because he is being pressured by Harley. That's always a good sign that it's time for me to stop talking and get back to it. I don't want us to be here all night. So let me just say though, if I'm one more scene here, let's see. I'm gonna find one where he's interacting with Lady Gaga. I think that would be a good one. I don't think that's it. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, we'll try this. Sorry. Sorry, well, here we go.
We're gonna build a mountain.
So I just want you to see in this last scene, and then I'm going to talk about how a couple more points about the Manson thing is that you can see how powerful she is in her relationship with him. Like she's very, very much in control of the dynamic here, and again, that's that pressure that he feels then to live up to this ideal. And she represents, I think, also the larger audience. It's not just a romantic interest, but she is the audience. She is all of the spectators who are wanting more spectacle. And in fact, this is what's interesting and very sort of meta about the film, as people have pointed out, is that just like she and the others in the movie, in that diegetic world, are disappointed with Arthur Fleck when he refuses to live up to the spectacle and the Joker mythos, so too were so many fans of the first film disappointed then that the director and the artist chose to go a different route with it that basically would disavow the spectacle and the fun of the first Joker, because the first Joker is by and large still mostly about fun, having a good time, and the second one is about showing us the dark underside of that spectacle, the what it leaves behind, what we don't often see on camera. And I want to say a little bit more about that, but let me just show you this scene uninterrupted here. It's not that long.
Why? They're sending me home. Why? They're saying you're a bad influence on me. This is gonna be good for us. Now I can be at your trial every day. I can see you every day until you get out. We're gonna build a mountain. You perfect. I want to see the real you.
So I want y'all to understand the genius of this scene. And again, here I'm going to turn into the annoying English professor, but I want you to really make sure that you're not missing here what I love about this, and that's this. She tells him that she wants to see the real him. She says, "Oh, we're going to get out and we're going to build a mountain," basically, because they're saying we're going to build a mountain because she has these grand plans and these grand designs and everything for him. And so then, sorry, I was just getting a message there. Yeah, Vanessa. Don't worry about it though. I mean, I get it. I don't have time to really get bogged down in that right now. So I'm sorry. I'm talking to the mod about something she was texting me about. I don't have time to really get bogged down in that, but I totally get it, and I appreciate the positive messages. I really do. But I've got to get rolling with this thing because I think we all want to go to bed sometime in the near future. Okay, so no worries, and I do appreciate it. Okay, so anyway, though, y'all, she says, "I want to see." Harley says to him, we're going to build a mountain. We're going to do these great things." And she's like, "I want people to see the real you." And then what does she do? What does she do right after she says, "I want to see the real you"? She picks up the makeup and starts putting on the Joker face. And so I want to play this one more time. It's just a short 1-minute sequence. And I want you to listen to how devastating the music gets. And by the way, I'm seeing your comments. Isaac, I like this. Todd Phillips basically intentionally made a movie that would be unsatisfying to fans of the comics and previous movie to troll his audience and waste the studio's time, is what Quentin Tarantino said. Yes. So I talked about that earlier, but it was much earlier in the podcast. No worries about how Quentin Tarantino on Bret Easton Ellis's show said that very thing, that the whole thing was an interesting meta exercise in Todd Phillips and Joaquin Phoenix doing just what the character is actually doing, which is really interesting. And so watch this one more time, y'all, and notice how the music is so dark. She's expressing her love for him, and it's almost, you would expect it then to be a more lighthearted moment, or for them to break out into song like they do occasionally in this film, when a lot of the musical sequences with Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga are aspirational. That is, they tend to break into these musical segments when they are expressing a hope or a delusion. And so often these will be very like romantic or romanticized sequences, even if they're understated. But in this, you can see that even though she's saying something positive to him in a way, or romantic, that it's almost like a funereal type aspect to it. Very, very dark and mournful and sad. And he just seems so dead behind the eyes. So watch it one more time. This is really the dynamic between the two of them that's so interesting in the film. And again, you could almost see her as being, if we're thinking about the Marilyn Manson parallels, you could see her as being a kind of a representation of maybe some of the more unhealthy aspects of the fans, right? Or the fan element, which on the one hand, the fan element is beautiful and it's what sustains the whole thing. And, Manson, like he said recently, he loves his fans and he really appreciates them, I think, now more than ever. But also, as we know, there's also that dark underside to it, where there's a certain amount of pressure that comes from the fans, and a certain amount of it can be like negativity, or you have to fit into my view, you have to fit into what I want. And I mean, I've been guilty of that myself, even at times, of the way that I've been frustrated. I'm talking about me personally, Kristen, the way that I've been frustrated at times with Brian Warner's, from my perspective, Brian Warner's refusal to give a hard-hitting interview where he would hit back against the stuff, or to wage more of an obvious PR war against the attacks he's gotten. But really, what that signifies with me is a kind of an inability to see the difference between the persona and the real person. Right. And so I think that it's very interesting to see the way that all of us, when we approach a celebrity figure, even if we, unlike, Lady Gaga in this, but even if we have the best of intentions, there's still that disconnect there between the real person and the way that we're, to a degree, still always trying to put the makeup on them as she is in the scene, if you get what I'm saying. So let's look at it again.
They're sending me home.
Why?
They're saying you're a bad influence on me. This is gonna be good for us. Now I can be at your trial every day. I can see you every day until you get out. We're gonna build a mountain.
You're perfect.
I want to see the real you.
All right, so yeah, there you see what I'm talking about. And someone made a comment. Oh, damn, sounds like a mess. No, I mean, I think that's definitely one way of looking at the film, and I know a number of people have that opinion. Like, what did I just see? Sorry, I'm straightening my hair here. I really should have a little more light than I got. I just got tired of that light, after 3 hours of that interrogation light overhead. So I'm like, this is kind of getting us more in the mood for our little seance at the end. But I think that so just a second. Let me see. I turn up a little. There, that's better. Yeah, it didn't need to be that dark. Okay, much better, right? But I do think that there we go. I do think, though, that having that musical quality on the one hand, and then on the other hand, having this really dark chamber piece aspect to it, even though that seems like to some people a mess, or it seemed discordant, I actually think it worked very well, because what the film is about, so I'm having allergies and keep wanting to sneeze. What the film is about, ultimately, when you see it, is about the gulf between, or the tension between, the persona of Joker and real person Arthur Fleck. And there's something interesting that Todd Phillips does at the beginning of the film. The first few minutes of the film is a cartoon sequence, like an old-timey, like Looney Tunes type cartoon almost, where you see the Joker persona basically, how do I want to put this? Basically framing the real Arthur Fleck for the Joker's crimes, and abandoning Arthur Fleck at the moment that the police set on Arthur and are beating him up and taking him to jail, right? And so from the very beginning, the film announces a kind of a tension or a battle between the persona, or the shadow Joker, the shadow self, and then the I, the real self, so to speak, or the main self, Arthur Fleck. And the last thing I want to say also about this film is that I think that it is a great exploration of the way in which we as a culture are only interested in the spectacle and not in the long, difficult, slow road after the spectacle. And this is what I mean. When I've mentioned this before, but when I was watching the Menendez brothers show, or the Netflix show, or when I was watching the other Ryan Murphy Monsters show before that, the Jeffrey Dahmer one, it's interesting to me to look at the later episodes in those shows and the emphasis on life after the crimes, life after the trial, or in the Menendez brothers cases, life after the arrest, awaiting trial, but being stuck in and day out, the drudgery and even the darkness and the threat of violence, even of prison. And I'm not saying, Jeffrey Dahmer didn't deserve it or what have you, what he had done to people, but I'm just saying that and I was really conscious of this with the Menendez brothers as well, that I was in the 90s when I was following this stuff, even as a kid, I was interested in the case and in the trial. But then it's like, once the trial stops, or once they're arrested and they're waiting trial and they're just in jail, like nobody really cares about that hidden reality, the every day in, day out suffering that someone has to endure on the back end of these hot tabloid stories, right? And so I was thinking about that with the Joker too, because the first Joker film, people loved the spectacle of it. They loved the violence. They loved the spectacle. They loved the laughing. They loved the exuberance, even with that dark, the darkness too. But they loved all of that. And they were wanting that in the second one. And in the second one, what they get is a super depressing story of a guy basically just being continually shat on or subjugated by everyone around him. And the way that he even looks, at least in the first one, Joaquin Phoenix, at times he would have those outbursts of laughter, remember? And then as the show progressed, his levity would increase. As the first movie progressed, his sense of levity increased. And there was a sort of a spectacle and exuberance and all of that. But in the second one, he looks like he's just tranked out. I mean, literally too, because they are feeding him tranquilizers, and they show that to you in the film, that every day he's taking all these tranquilizers. But he goes through most of the film like this, just kind of almost not even alive, and it's he's in a perpetual state of pain and depression. And I think that that's very much intentional, but that is not the story that people thought they were getting. What I'm trying to say is Joker 2 is the aftermath to Joker 1. And it is pointing out the way in which, as a society and as a media, the media, we are generally interested in the spectacle and not in the less flashy, tragic aftermath. Or if you think about a lot of these media tabloid stories, it doesn't even have to be about crime per se, but just think about these stories, these obsessions where people, the media and people will swoop in for a week or two or a few weeks, and they'll become fascinated with a story or a person, and they'll rip their lives to shreds or expose them or ridicule them. And then the tornado just moves on to something else, and the person is faced with this long, slow, difficult journey back to reconstructing their lives. And who does this remind you of? I mean, it's also with these canceled people and with Brian Warner and what he's been through. And of course, I know that thank God he's doing better and he's back on track with his career and everything. But seriously, in these situations, these things come along and they hit people, and there's all this flash, and Brian Warner, Marilyn Manson did this, and he trafficked me, and SB Bianco says that, and look at this, and Evan Rachel Wood says that, and there's all of this, and now he released a statement, and he says this, and he's doing this, and this. It's all of this flashy stuff, but then underneath there is the reality of a real human being going through this and going through all that it entails, endless meetings with lawyers and depositions and sleepless nights and anxiety, etc., etc., etc. And there's a whole reality to life of the lives of these public figures and these people who get caught up in these tabloid media firestorms that we don't see. And so, yeah, I really felt like that was explored a lot in the Joker 2, and I thought that was really interesting. So all of that and more. But yeah, I did see parallels to Manson's life, even the animosity toward the mother. Of course, I know that Manson, he said that by the time his mom was about to die, that he had resolved his issues with her and so forth. And I know he never accused her of doing, horrible things to him or abuse per se or whatever, right? But so it's not, exactly like in the Joker. But in the Joker, the Joker's primary issue, and this is something that is really accentuated at the beginning of Joker 2, his foundational problem is his dysfunctional relationship with his mom and his overly enmeshed relationship with her. And of course, he ended up killing her, right? That was when his spree began in Joker 1. And I do think it's interesting how much, when you look at Manson's, yes, heavily fictionalized, but Manson's fictionalized autobiography, and you look at a number of Manson's songs, particularly early songs, and things he said about his mom and so forth. I think that would definitely be, that dynamic would definitely be a foundational one for him as well, I would imagine. So I even see that there, the emphasis on the dysfunctional or overly enmeshed relationship between the son and the mother. So anyways, for what it's worth, there's my Freudian analysis. But I did really like the film, and if you haven't seen it, maybe, or if you have seen it, you hated it, maybe watch it again, given what I've said, and maybe you have, I don't know, a little more appreciation or not. It's fine. You don't have to. I'm not a snob like that. I'm not going to say that if you can't appreciate the brilliance of the Joker 2 that you're an idiot or anything of that nature. I never would. There are plenty, y'all, I'll say this, there are plenty of movies that are supposed to be great works of art that I just don't get. And I'm just like, no. Okay. I am getting tired. So I'm going to do the political question quickly. And maybe what we do is we save the seance for another night. I was thinking about actually even making a video where I make fun of, or I kind of lightly rib some of these channels that are doing these psychic renderings. So I might even do my own thing. But one thing that I've been told by a few people is that my funny skits, when I'm on, like when I'm really into it and I'm doing a good job and things are firing on all cylinders, that my funny skits, I don't do too many of them, but that they're funny when I do them. And so I might start trying to do a little comedy more. It might not be to everyone's taste, but I did get a lot of good comments when I pretended to be the spy working for Johnny Depp and the Saudi prince. That was one that people liked. And there's a couple of others I can't even remember, but pretending to be Amber Heard. I mean, I did several Amber Heard parodies that people liked, but I did put together a playlist recently, very recently, on my channel in which I compiled my funny videos. Not that there are a lot of them, right? But my funny videos, my skits and stuff. So I might start doing more of those, but I think I'm going to save the Menendez thing. Sorry, I'm just too tired. I can't put my all into a seance, but I will. I think I'm going to do a parody video on that soon. But anyway, that having been said, let's finish up with talking about politics. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't think it's even that like a surprise. I've told people many times, like, I'm right of center, but I'm eclectic, and so there are some things that I think, pretty hardcore leftist on. And so if I had voted, and I didn't, but if I had, I would have, if I like had a gun to my, head, you have to vote, I would have voted for Trump. And that's who I wanted. That was my preference, over Kamala Harris. But, there's certainly a lot of things that I'm alarmed about, on the Republican side of things. And I don't enjoy hearing about Project 2025 or any of that either. And Trump has disavowed that, and I hope that he was serious in that, but I don't know. I feel very apathetic these days about politics, and I know that that's a common perception among a lot of people. And I'll tell you something that I think is really upsetting, and I talk about this on social media a lot, but no one is going to fix the biggest problem that we're facing. Trump's not going to fix it. Harris wouldn't have fixed it. No one is going to fix it. No one who has a shot of getting into the president's chair in the Oval Office is going to fix this problem. And you can take someone who supposedly has a ton of guts like Trump, and I do believe that Trump, for all of his flaws, and I know some of you might say they're too many of them, but I do think that he has, as Elon Musk put it, a sort of instinctual courage, killer instinct, whatever you want to say, right? But even Trump, for all of his courage or all of his bravado or whatever you want to call it, he doesn't have it in him to address this problem. So do y'all know what the problem is? Do you see my social media? Do you know what I'm going to get at? Yes. So the national debt, it is the sleeper problem that people have been ignoring for decades and decades and decades because they figured, well, we've ignored it for the last decades and we're fine. So we're just going to keep ignoring it and we'll just be able to keep ignoring it indefinitely for decade after decade after decade. The only problem is that our national debt has, since the great financial crisis, the Great Recession, I should say, of 2008, and the runaway federal spending and policy and really unhealthy, profligate policy changes that took place in the financial management of this country, starting at that point, that ever since then, we have entered an unprecedented danger zone with our debt, where the debt has taken on dimensions and proportions well in excess of what was imagined in decades before. And a lot of people don't know because the debt has always been around. And so people just assume, yeah, ever since I've been a tiny kid, as long as I can remember, I've heard people talk about, oh, the debt, and we're spending too much money and we're going to go bankrupt and we don't have enough money for Social Security. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, people always say that. Well, we're finally getting to the point. We are approaching the point. It is at least on the horizon where these things are going to be very deeply felt realities. And I am not a master economist. I don't pretend to know all of the ramifications that this problem, as it becomes more serious, as the shit hits the fan, will or won't have. And I'm not saying that like our entire society is going to fall apart or whatever. I'm not a doomsayer. But we are up against a fucking wall and there's no solutions in sight. So something's got to give to some degree, and it ain't going to be pleasant. A lot of people are not aware, or I shouldn't say a lot of people, some people are not aware, and it's okay because this isn't talked about much. And by the way, do you want to know why it isn't talked about much? It's because the politicians know they ain't doing shit about it. Politicians on both sides of the aisle know they ain't doing shit about it, so there's no reason to talk about it, right? But a lot of people don't know that we didn't even really have a debt until the 1970s. Now, people are like, wait, what? What are you talking about? No. Of course. There were periods where we had significant deficits, like during World War II per GDP. And at the time, we had significant deficits in debt. And even at the beginning, like with the American Revolution, like we had to at times borrow money from other countries and stuff. So that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that it was not until Nixon went off the gold standard, that we went off the gold standard under the Nixon administration. And by the way, that was because he wanted to expand or continue funding for the Vietnam War. And so, and as long as we were on the gold standard, they could not print more money because there was only a certain amount of gold. The idea of the gold standard, by the way, the classic gold standard, and I know some of you know this, but the idea of the classic gold standard is that by tying currency to an actual physical measurable material, of which we only had so much, that would then restrict the creation of currency. And so we would not have so much inflation, right? And we could manage the currency, and it would be real, it'd be backed by something. And so what happened was Nixon went, and it wasn't just him, but like his administration, they decided that we would go off the gold standard. And ever since then, our currency has not been tethered to anything in that sense. And that's only one aspect of the changes in U.S. fiscal policy and Federal Reserve policy and so forth. But basically what has happened is that since the 80s and then increasing, and since the 70s and then increasing in the 80s with Ronald Reagan's famous or infamous, however you want to think of it, deficit increases, which may have been good, may not have been good, depending on your position. I want to get that right now. But a lot of that through tax breaks, which look, I love tax breaks as much as anyone else, right? But at this point, we did see the deficit picking up, but it was nothing compared to what it is now. It's funny because back then people would talk about the Reagan deficits. Oh, the Reagan deficits, and Reagan's adding so much to the debt. And it's like nothing compared to now. We've gotten so out of control since then. Well, then what happened was there was a brief reprieve when two adults came on the scene. I'm not saying Reagan wasn't an adult, but when it comes to caring about the deficit, there were a couple of people, leaders that actually did try. One of them was Bush Sr., George Bush Sr., and the other was Bill Clinton, spurred on tremendously by a Republican Congress headed up by House Speaker Newt Gingrich. But the point is, there was a period, y'all, in the early 90s, the early to mid 90s, where there were politicians on both sides of the aisle. I talked about Clinton, I talked about Gingrich, talked about Bush Sr., who cared about keeping deficits and debts down. And did you know that in the Clinton administration, we actually had surplus? We had a surplus at one point. What was that, a year or two, where we had surpluses? What meaning, yes, there was an overall national debt. Okay, yes, that builds year after year or whatever, but that there was a year or two in there with the Clinton administration, again goaded significantly by the Republicans in Congress who cared about spending at that point. But there was not only an effort to keep the deficit down, but they did not have a deficit. They had a surplus that year, and so the debt did not grow that year, except for interest. So you think, wow, well, we had the creation of some debt, in the 80s. A little bit went into the 70s and 80s with a bit of debt, but not really. But then it got more in the 70s with getting off the gold standard. In the 80s, a pretty good increase in debt. But then in the 90s, we had this nice reprieve for a bit. And then things really started to go downhill as far as the debt is concerned. And it started with the Iraq War. It started with the war on terror and our wars in Afghanistan and Iraq under Bush Jr. And that, along with tax breaks, which again, I love tax breaks as much as anybody, but they do, add to the deficit, right? And so, and I know there's an argument too that they produce so much wealth, et cetera, and pump wealth back into the economy and ends up being good for taxes and stuff. Okay, maybe so. But I'm saying that the deficits and the debt increased a lot under Bush Jr. And then we had, as you'll remember, the Great Recession of 2008. And that is when a dramatic shift in loosening of fiscal policy occurred under the Federal Reserve, because they thought that we were going into a major depression. And the only way to deal with that was to basically flood more money into the zone, metaphorically speaking, much like when someone is going through a drug withdrawal. They need to have more of the drug to keep them from going into withdrawal. If you think about the economy, and I'm not the first person to say this is kind of old hat among economists, but if you think about the economy in terms of drug abuse metaphors even, or what have you, right? You think about the idea that there are these cycles, these boom and bust cycles. In other words, there's the highs and then there's the withdrawals, right? And so when things are going really well, the economy is booming, you've got the highs, but then inevitably you have the withdrawal cycles. And so the idea among certain economists, and this has been popular among Keynesian economists for years now, right? The idea that when an economy is in recession or you're having economic problems, then you want to pump more money into it, like giving a drug addict more drugs, right? It's kind of like maintenance therapy or something, right? To stabilize the patient. Only problem is the person never gets off the drug. And so what we have seen is that what was supposed to be a temporary loosening in fiscal and monetary policy and in quote unquote money printing, although it's a bit metaphorical, but basically money printing is the idea. What we have seen, that what was supposed to be temporary, what they promised us was just going to be temporary to deal with the recession and those threats and those dangers for that period of time, has instead become standard policy. And they can't walk it back because the economy will go into withdrawal. And so then on top of that, we have an aging population and a demographic shift that yes, is problematic when you think about the fact that Social Security and Medicare are funded in the present moment by the present young generations. In other words, the people who have retired or are retiring and are dependent on Social Security and Medicare now, they are not going to be receiving funds that they themselves have invested in the system, because those funds were spent a long time ago. No, in fact, they're dependent on the younger working classes now to fund their benefits. And so what you see is a kind of a Ponzi scheme structure that's created, where originally there was a triangle shaped like this, where you had a small group of retirees and elderly who were being funded by a much larger base underneath. But then what happens over time is that with various demographic shifts increases in the cost of like medicine, and we're talking about Medicare, et cetera, a lot of other things, you see the triangular structure shifting so that now you have a massive group of retiring or retired citizens, senior citizens, right, who are going to be increasingly funded by a shrinking pool of younger workers. And so that is a problem, in addition to the fact that the government has become comfortable spending more and more money. And so we are at a place now where even if we were to completely cut out 100% of all discretionary spending, and we were only left with Social Security, Medicare, defense spending, and and the interest on the debt, we still could not deal with the debt or the deficit. In other words, let me put it this way. In other words, let's say that we were to completely stop spending money on anything extra, like no foreign investment, certainly no money to Ukraine or Israel or wherever. Also, like nothing outside of just Social Security checks, Medicare services and checks, right? Or defense spending, which people agree on. There seems to be some degree of defense spending, right? And then interest on the debt that we have already. Like, even if that is all we spent money on, and that was it, and we cut, like Elon Musk style, 100% of all other discretionary year-to-year spending, like, still, we would have a massive growing debt problem, and Social Security and these types of things would be endangered. So everyone agrees, no one will actually take action on it, but everyone agrees that we have one of three options to deal with the impending debt bomb and the impending, bankruptcy and things like Social Security. And by the way, I didn't finish my story, but I talked about, the Great Recession, and that shifted monetary policy. And then after that, if you'll remember, then years later, we had COVID, and that unleashed a ton of new spending and dramatic drops in interest rates and et cetera, et cetera. And we're still climbing out of the inflation from a lot of disruptions there and whatever. And so then you had that. And then you had all of the economic spending of the Biden administration. Basically, I guess what I'm saying is that it seems like in the past, when I was a little girl or when I was a young woman, there were still politicians who would give lip service to the idea that we needed to keep the budget down, that we needed to try to keep the deficit down. And it seems like it's become more and more acceptable to that every administration is trying to outdo the last one and throwing money at stuff. And whether we're talking about entitlements or tax cuts or whatever, nobody wants to deal with any of these things, right? But the problem is something's got to give. So it's agreed that we have one of three options. One, we can cut entitlements. In other words, we can cut Social Security benefits to some degree. We can cut Medicare benefits to some degree. We can raise the retirement age so we can tell people, instead of being able to get these benefits at this age, you have to wait 2 or 3 years. And also you're not going to get as many benefits, or your check's not going to be as big or whatever, right? Well, guess what? Nobody likes that. Because you've got all of these retirees who say, well, I've been paying into this many years, because they didn't really realize that they were not paying into like a retirement fund or a piggy bank. It doesn't work that way. They were paying into one of the most disreputable institutions in the history of humankind, that is the federal government. So, sorry, bad investment there. It turns out it was a Ponzi scheme. Well, people don't want to hear that. And of course, as you know, generally the most reliable voting bloc for politicians is senior citizens and adults who are older, right? Retiring, are going to retire. And so it's very difficult to get politicians to agree. I mean, most of you don't even want these cuts. I mean, nobody wants their shit cut. I don't want my shit cut. You don't want your shit cut. Nobody wants their shit cut. And on top of that, we don't want to have to pay high taxes. We want that shit cut too. And so if everybody wants their shit cut, but they still want their shit, then we're in a pickle, right? And that's all of us, I know. But so no one's going to cut entitlements. Trump's not going to do it. He ain't going to do it. Democrats sure weren't going to do it. So then what are we left with? Well, you can raise taxes. That nobody likes that. Everybody hates that. And also, apparently, we could raise taxes on the 1%, for example, by 100%. In other words, we could confiscate the entire wealth of the 1%, and it still wouldn't really put much of a dent in our debt problem. It is that insane. And the interest on our debt is getting so out of control that we have reached a point now, an uncomfortable point, where the interest now is like, it's really going to start hurting. It's really cutting into a lot of shit. What is it, like a trillion of interest every year now, the debt? Like something, I don't know the exact numbers. I'm blanking on them, but it's something crazy. So we can't raise taxes, can't cut benefits. So do y'all want to know what the final option is? What is the final option? We have, let's think about this, but on our thinking caps, we have a giant debt hole or debt problem. It is eating like a monster, like a blob or something, like that creature, that alien creature in Annihilation that's just chewing up everything in its path and changing it into something else. It is eating up everything, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Can't raise taxes to deal with it. I mean, maybe you could try, but you can't do that. Can't cut entitlements. So what's the other option? There's only one other option left. There's only one other thing to do, and that's just to keep running up the debt, and that's what we're going to do. And we're just going to run it up as an experiment, and we're going to see what the fuck happens. So y'all, when people ask me, why am I apathetic about politics, or why do I not these days get rah-rah behind somebody, it's because we've got this giant fucking problem, and we're just going to run an experiment and see what happens. And that's the best that we've got now from either side. That having been said, we can at least enjoy the ride and keep going about our lives, and, until we live no more. And I don't think we're going to have like some giant catastrophe, like the bottom and everything is just going to fall out, or it's going to be like some kind of Mad Max anarchy film. I don't think anything like that, but I just think it's going to be rough. There's going to be some kind of a dramatic reset. There's going to be a lot of pain, and financially, and it's an experiment. We're going to see what's going to happen. But anyway, so let me tell you what I have on the agenda coming up. This is a bit of a little surprise for those of you who have lasted with me through this entire 4 hours. We've done 4.5 hours, y'all. That's pretty good. That is a pretty long live stream. For those of you who lasted with me, so I have a surprise. I hope it doesn't get canceled, knock on wood. I've been asked to go on the Bret Easton Ellis podcast. And so I am flying to, taking a red eye, the cheapest I could find, flying into LA and just doing the podcast and then flying right back. And because I can't afford to be there longer. The thing is, like I said, with this travel is I'm getting to do cool things, and I'm trying to get myself to the next level. And I'm also trying to spread the word on some of these stories, even still the Marilyn Manson thing. But in the meantime, until I get to a different level with this, it's just me like trying to make this stuff work. And the people and my supporters, right? And so again, I appreciate you, because there's, just barely getting any of this done as it is, and really like not knowing how I'm gonna, make the next trip or pay the next bill or whatever. But I'm getting these opportunities, and so I'm doing it. And so Bret Easton Ellis, as you may or may not know, he's the guy who wrote American Psycho. And by the way, American Psycho is being remade. Jacob Elordi, the actor from Priscilla. He played Elvis in Priscilla, and he also was in that Sam Levinson show that I'm blanking on, Euphoria, right? The hot, tall guy from Euphoria. And so anyway, he's going to be the Pat Bateman, Christian Bale character, but they're doing a remake of American Psycho. It's directed by the Call Me By Your Name director. So I don't know. We'll see. But I don't know. I've never seen that movie. It sounds I always thought it sounded a little strange, but people say it's a good movie. So I know Armie Hammer did really well in it. But anyway, long story short, he asked me we have a mutual connection and somebody that kind of introduced me. And I thought there was no way I could get on that show anytime soon, or in the distant future, even, because he does big people, interviews big people. Like his last interview was Quentin Tarantino. In fact, it was the Quentin Tarantino interview that we were talking about, where he talks about the Joker. That interview, that guy is who I'm going to be seeing this week, hopefully, unless he cancels on me, and knock on wood. So anyway, I'm doing that, and I'm going to talk about, I guess, I gave him a long list of topics, but I guess we'll see various things. But I'm definitely going to get some of the Marilyn Manson stuff in there and some of the Menendez brothers stuff in there if I can, because those are two causes that are dear to my heart, so to speak. And so I'm doing that. And then I'm going to be on Tim Pool's show IRL next month. I think I'm doing it the 10th. And they have invited me back graciously, despite the ribbing that I give Tim Pool on this show and on my social media. So I might make a joke or two. I might, about IRL, say, well, I'm glad to be on this show before it goes extinct. That's a reference to him threatening to shut IRL down, like a week ago. But anyways, I'm going to do that. And again, so lots of opportunities, interesting things, kind of a rough time in my life otherwise, but I really appreciate y'all. And so again, your support is important and appreciated. My links are going to be below in the comments, and I'll post my PayPal one more time. But I want to say goodbye to my mods. Vanessa, I think you might have been the only one to stay up tonight. And again, that's because I didn't ask and I didn't let them know ahead of time, because I don't want them to feel obligated. But I do appreciate you, Vanessa. And I guess, let me make sure I almost missed this. I need to go back and do the super chats too. Devil-Eyed Elvis, $20. Thank you so much. You don't have a message, but I appreciate you. And I like the photo. But anyway, appreciate you. Thank you, Devil-Eyed Elvis. Let me scroll through and make sure I didn't miss anyone else. And then I'm going to check my PayPal one more time. Upstream World, thank you for the super sticker. And I like your name. eHacker. What? eHacker. I always appreciate you so much. Oh my gosh. For once I actually noticed your super chat, and I'm so glad I did, but I wish you had more of a message. All right, well, let me give you some free promo here. Okay, y'all. eHacker is one of my oldest friends in this whole thing, and one of the first people I got to know since I started YouTube. And he has been, those of you who are Manson fans, he has been covering the Manson thing really as long as I have, and he puts out a lot of consistently good pro Marilyn Manson videos. And he also puts out videos on the backs of some things that I do myself. Like he's promoted some of my my concert coverage and some videos that I made outdoors with fans and stuff. But I said this the other day, and I absolutely mean it. I don't watch hardly any YouTube of my own or anyone else's, frankly. And there are very few shows that I will watch, but his I do. And he's probably, I think you and Pop Culture Crisis are basically the only two shows that I watch regularly now with any regularity. So everybody check out eHacker, and I appreciate you so much. And of course he's from Japan, or not from Japan, but living in Japan. So that's kind of interesting. If you catch some of his shows, they're sometimes at odd hours because he's in Japan. But anyway, I appreciate y'all so much. Let me check my PayPal. And Vanessa, could you give me the PayPal link one more time? Oh, also Cassandra, I will go back and read your messages, so no worries with that. I kind of had to rush things here at the end, but I appreciate you. I have been seeing some of the things you've been posting, but I appreciate your posts and the super chats and the kind comments. And again, no worries on the earlier thing. I wouldn't have, if it made me mad, I wouldn't have even talked about it, right? But I wanted to address it, so no worries. Okay, let's see. I just wanted to post my PayPal one more time so you can see it before I get out of here. Anyway, y'all, I appreciate you so much. I hope you've enjoyed this. And like I said, I'm going to be covering more Menendez stuff, more Manson stuff as he releases his new album on the 22nd. I've kind of gotten away from some of the Manson things, but I'm definitely going to be doing a follow-up. And let's see. Oh, here we go. There's the PayPal. I'm definitely be doing a follow-up to his release of his next music video and new music, the album, and all of that. And then we'll see where things go from here. But again, I appreciate y'all so much, and I will see you all later. Vanessa, thank you. Good night. And to all, good night. Bye-bye.